Welcome, everybody, to the South African Qualifiers sponsored by AOC, the South African Valorant Flying Shotgun. This is a very, very long name, and I'm going to nail it before the end of the night. We are now getting our next four teams that will be qualifying for the Havoc tournament. But before we jump into that, I'm Nari Mizuki, and joined with me is Kazebuke or KB. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm excited to see what these teams have brought to the table. They're definitely gonna have to give it their all to make it into that final tournament and face off against those major four teams that have already made it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, four teams have already qualified to the Havoc tournament: Socks Up, White Rabbit, Omnius Gaming, and Who Asked? Good name, I like it. And now we will find out who the next four teams will be to join them there. So just a quick little, if you're not too familiar with the format, we'll have it's a double elimination. The upper bracket is all best of one, so we'll have four matches this evening. If you drop down into the lower bracket, that's best of three. So it does give you a little bit more of a chance to kind of keep some skin in the game. Our first matchup of the evening is going to be the Radiant Thieves versus Light Gaming. Kebby, what can you tell me about these two teams?
Yeah, well, it should be a very exciting matchup. I think we're gonna get a lot of surprises from these teams. Light Gaming being a brand new team that has just been put together after the South African League. So I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, and I hope they have what it takes. It will be good to see these teams give it their all in this tournament and show that they have what it takes to compete in the Havoc as well.
Yeah, I mean, with Light Gaming being brand new, I believe that Radiant Thieves played in stage four. It was the only stage that they played in. So a little bit of experience there within the tournament as a team that generally does help out quite a bit. So let's jump on into the map bands and see what our teams are going to be playing on for this matchup. So obviously we had Ascent banned out, then Icebox banned out, Breeze banned out, Split banned out, Haven banned out, which means that we are going to be going to Bind, which was ultimately Radiant Thieves' pick. How do you think this map's going to go, given that Radiant Thieves has had a little bit more, time together as a team?
Well, given that they did get the final pick, I think that definitely gives them an advantage. It's probably going to be one of their preferred maps. So hopefully they have something um, organized already, something prepped for this map. They have a game plan going in. I feel like Light Gaming is the team with the most to prove here, being completely brand new, but it will be exciting to see how much Radiant Thieves have improved from the qualifiers. So hopefully they have a couple of strats to show us. And yeah, Bind being a very exciting map with all those teleporters, it's going to be a lot of chaos going around. So I'm excited for this first match. I think it's going to be a good one.
Well, speaking of strats, maybe you could give us some insight into what agents we might be seeing. How strictly has South Africa been following the international meta? Are we possibly expecting some big surprises, maybe a Yoru here and there?
Um, Well, so South Africa has been dwindling in the Yoru. It's been a risky pick at the best of times. I don't know if they feel too comfortable on it yet, but I know a couple of teams have been experimenting with it. But I'm pretty sure we'll either see a Viper or a Brimstone. South Africans love leaning towards that Brimstone as well. Also, very powerful on this map. And I'm not too sure how much of a post plant meta we're going to see coming out from these teams, but hey, they might surprise me. But definitely a Sage. I think both teams are going to be running that Sage extremely powerful on this map as well. And South Africans love the Sage pick as well.
Well, I mean, she is fantastic at, controlling that mid area. Oh, wait, we're on Bind, not Split. I don't know why, but recently I've like been consistently confusing those two maps. All right, but if we are moving over onto Bind, yeah, Sage pretty good for planting the spike over on that A site. And if you're over on the B site, you can kind of, if you're on attack, for example, you can shut down the entranceway from the defending spawn onto site. So there's a lot of good utility that you can get with the Sage. And okay. I was
Oh,
getting
it
really
looks like
excited
they
until
heard
the
us.
yeah, I was keen until the whole team was like, yeah, Yoru, trolls.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. That might just mean that they're like willing to give it a whirl. But I think it's going to be pretty standard. I don't think too many teams are going to be taking too many risks because this is a very high value qualifier, right? This gets them into that final tournament, the first official tournament in the country. So that's also going to be the first tournament with a proper prize pool. So there's a lot on the line for these players. But yeah, I don't even want to comment on the picks and bans, the 8 picks yet, because I don't know if they're playing with me or not. But it does look like they might be going for a little bit of a dual controller setup on light gaming. So that would be interesting, but it doesn't seem like they are going to lock that in.
There's a few seconds left to let these teams decide what's happening. There's that Viper you spoke about. Oh, I am so here for this composition. I was straight up trolling about the Yoru, but I'm so here for it. I think that there is so much fantastic potential for that. Brimstone as well. That ultimate is massive, particularly in like super close quarters. Like if you can ult off lamps or if you can ult off elbow, you can deny so much space. A little surprising to not see the Sova come out, but I don't know. I'm kind of here for these comps. What do you think?
Yeah, actually not a single initiator coming out on either side here. We have a double duelist, double sentinel comp coming out from the side of Radiant Thieves, and the same from Light Gaming, except with 2 controllers. So definitely interesting, but we are going to be seeing that Yoru pick as the teams get ready to get into this match. But I'm very happy to see the Viper as well. Bind, obviously, an extremely powerful map for Viper. She can get control of that showers area pretty quick, pretty effectively, and deny both middle areas of the map with that ultimate as well. The team's going for a cheeky little team huddle there at the beginning.
I love that. That was adorable.
Yeah,
Go team!
Yeah, let's hope if they're ready. It seems like we're gonna be getting a little bit of a split coming out from Radiant Thieves here, as the Omen actually picks up the first kill onto Chaos. Luz going for a greedy orb grab and gets taken out as well, and now it's a 5v3 already in the favor of Radiant Thieves, trying to enter through that Viper orb, but it's so deadly. But they did get the wall down, so that's huge. But Ghosty popping off with this Viper util in the shower area. Very good control coming out from him.
The wall comes up as well to completely block off the spike. Now if they want to defuse, they're going to have to contain with a little bit of Viper utility. The smoke doesn't connect though, and with some backup from the rest of the team, is the spike actually going to be defused? Oh my god! They just let him defuse!
Yeah, that is a brilliant Viper orb on that shower area. It's so dangerous to peek that. They should have probably all swung it together, but it doesn't seem like Radiant Thieves knew what to do in that situation. Unfortunate there for them.
Yeah, it was a bit, I mean, it is a one-way smoke. So as you say, wanting to peek that out, it was, of course, light gaming smoke. So they were expecting to potentially be using that, but they weren't expecting it to use it in that, particular instance. So very strange that it was just allowed to happen. But of course, that was just the first pistol round. We move into the second one. It will be a little bit of an upgrade. Oh my God, immediately popping off with the Marshal so early on. We still have the cinematic view. We'll get to the players in a second.
Yeah, well, already looking strong towards that B side. Radiant Thieves not scared away just yet, trying to push this Marshal off the angle, maybe, and they do succeed, but this Viper wall is going to make it a bit harder to enter the side, and there's actually a Sage wall blocking off Hookah, so the Killjoy just chilling in that mid area now as they are going to get fought by Hakaishin there, but Ishigo does manage to trade him out, luckily, as Smoky Melon also taking a fight here. On the entries to the side, will manage to get one, but Luz might get caught out here. He lazy clears the angle, and Abyss gets the frag onto him. Bit greedy for that Spectre, goes down as a result. And Light Gaming just cleaning up right now. Very good on those retakes onto these sites.
New kids on the block, but proving that they're not a team to turn your nose up at. A great defensive hold there. They managed to keep control of elbow, which is super important. Radiant Thieves didn't really take really good control of the site, right? So they move out onto the site, they start to block a couple of angles, and then they all just kind of hover around on the site. They don't push out and actually reclaim that space, force Light Gaming back towards the defender's spawn. And so because they give up so much space, it's really easy for a retake situation to come through. Light Gaming just have to, swing out together. They win those they win the gun battles is the best way to put it.
Well, also might have been a bit of a misplay of the Omen from the side of Radiant Thieves to push into that elbow area alone, because they did know that at least the Reyna was there, so it is very likely that she would call for backup in that instance. I think they would have been in a much better position if they maybe just forced a bit more control into that elbow area, but the Killjoy was also blocked off in hookah, which made it extremely hard to get through that Sage wall with just the pistol. So unfortunately, Light Gaming just shutting them out. But that was only the second round, so they did just have pistols. We'll see what they can do on the full buy.
We did have a little bit of a tack pause there, so that's going to... And it's a very early tack pause. It's very uncommon that you'll see a team take a tack pause in the third round. But like you said, they are going to have full rifles available. Light Gaming, on the other hand, will be on a bonus. So theoretically, unless they're kind of forced up a little bit, the gun advantage should be more heavily in Radiant Thieves' favor.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do with these rifles now picked up. They are waiting for this aggression to come out from Light Gaming, and Luz
not again.
Going for the orb grab, not clearing it, and he's going to get punished the second time. He does manage to get it, though. So that ultimate is on its way as Rainmaker gets sprayed down. But he does get out just in time, but they're going to delay on this A push now, and the rotations look like they're already coming in for the side of Light Gaming. This might be a bad read coming out from them here.
They've moved all the way over towards that B site. Of course, they saw somebody in showers, so they heavily over-rotate, leaving just Ichigo alone as the anchor on site. And Sage, not the very best anchor. Now, finally, the rotations will come back from Light Gaming towards the B site. But Radiant Thieves have already gained control here. The Sage wall has gone up to try to block off Elbow. Beautiful little Viper's Pit there, Snake Bite rather, just to clear out that angle, but isn't enough to completely deter the plant.
Yeah, Light Gaming definitely showing that preparation with these Viper lineups. Another Snake Bite goes out, and now pushing that Omen off of the angle allows the rest of Light Gaming to try and enter onto the fight. But there's so much post-plant util coming out from Radiant Thieves as Ghosty takes down the first member of that team. We'll have to see if they can hold on to this, because they're just going for the defuse right now. They do get forced off, and Ghosty picks up another one. Going for a third in this long area, now going to start clearing this. Do they have the defuse timing? No! With the split second to go, they miss it, but everyone dies to the spike. That's still a good bonus round in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting, playing for time didn't really become a factor there. You kind of get nervous. You realize that you need to get yourselves on the board, so you kind of panic a little bit, even though you logically know that there's no way that they can defuse in the time that's left. What has happened, of course, is that now Radiant Thieves, even though they've won that round, their economy is still a mess because they needed to win with more people alive. So they have a super janky buy, whereas Light Gaming have actually managed to full buy up more or less once again, and they have Viper's Pit available. Interesting to note that it hasn't been dropped as the barriers come down, so going to be holding on to that, waiting for the perfect moment to try and shut down any avenues of ingress.
Yeah, I think Light Gaming recognizes that they're going to be on a little bit of a broken buy here and might want to save it, but this looks like an explosive retake coming out from Radiant Thieves now, spraying through that wall, taking all the site control. 2 members already on site and will be joined by another 2 right now, and one now. Look at Chaos going for this peak, but Aikishin there to shut him down, and now they have elbow control. We'll see if they hold onto it this time around, as the Yoru is flanking behind the rest of the Radiant Thieves. Will get spotted out by that alarm bot, and the Killjoy will swing on him, managing to take him out. Only Kuma with 1. Rainmaker picks up 1, but Ichigo does trade him out. And look at Hakaishi. Sneaky in that smoke, does catch out Smoky Melon. And now it's just Ichigo in a 1v4, but Naga will shut him down, and That's a 2 for 2 now for the side of Radiant Thieves, answering back off of a broken buy. So very good stuff coming out from them, being able to upgrade those weapons as well.
I will say that the Omen in the smoke play is pretty telegraphed, so it is unfortunate that that angle wasn't checked. Now, what I will say is obviously Radiant Thieves, they struggled quite heavily when it was on that pistol round. Now that they've got some better guns in their hands, they're starting to do, even on a janky buy, it's better than pure pistol. So they're starting to do a little bit better. And this is where light gaming strategy of playing purely for retake is going to start kind of biting them in the behind. And now when they're forced back onto pistols as well, they need to, possibly not in this round specifically, but they're going to need to get a little bit more aggressive and force Radiant Thieves off the site. Don't actually let them plant that spike.
Indeed, but it looks like they're going for an aggressive play in this long area. Chaos does get one, and Luz will get a second. That's a 2-for-1 trade now in favor of Light Gaming. They will get the weapons picked up. Luz just going to throw a safety flash there, making sure that he can get out of there. At Unikuma pushing up again in that Shower's position. We'll get another peek as Abyss takes one down, but Ichigo will trade him out. And now it's back to a 2v2. And Unikuma gets caught with his util out, and Ghosty. Wait. Yeah, Ghosty, sorry, my bad. We'll take that Showers area, but doesn't manage to connect onto Rainmaker. Oh, Rainmaker is getting tagged up from the back. Can't make the 2v1 happen, and Ichigo will close out the third round for Light Game.
This is a very, very chaotic match between these two teams. It feels a little kind of run and gunny, which is always fun to watch, but I feel like there's a little bit of tactical depth that's missing here. I want to see these teams kind of plan out their rounds a little bit more. So Light Gaming managed to win that one on a thrifty buy, which is wild considering Radiant Thieves was starting to look a lot better, you know, once they actually had some good weaponry. Now, however, we've got a bunch of ultimates online. Light Gaming have 4 of them available, and 2 of them are massively impactful ultimates. We're immediately going to see that Yoru World come out, though. We'll see if it can actually get some value.
It's going to get a lot of information, though. They now know that there's absolutely no one towards that A area, so they should expect players to be here. Luz with the peek, manages to get 2. He gets 3 on long. Luz picking up 3 as Chaos answers with one of his own, and Luz with the 4K on long. How does that even happen? Brilliant play from Luz there, securing that round for his team, and now Radiant Thieves are forced back onto a janky buy this round.
That is the power of the Yoru ultimate. I will say that it does kind of redeem Luz a little bit, because like the first 2 or 3 rounds he would just go into Showers to get orb and die. So definitely made up for that one, and it was a much needed round for Light Gaming as well. Now they are looking really, really flush in economy, and Radiant Thieves, it's gonna take a while for them to, you know, make up to this. You can even see with the weaponry that they've chosen, they want to get loud and in Light Gaming's faces. However, still have 3 ultimates available to play with, but I doubt we see them come out in this round.
Yeah, well, a really good battle coming out from the opposing Rays there to push that Viper off of that Sage wall. That's a very strong play there, expecting there to be someone creeping up behind that box. As Smoky Melon takes the first challenge in Showers, but will get taken down by Abyss. That's a rifle in the hands of Radiant Thieves now, so we'll have to see if they can capitalize on that as the rest of the members explode onto the site. Ghosty still holding onto this lamp area. Unfortunately, Radiant Thieves haven't been able to enter yet as Chaos takes down another. Now it's a 3v4 as Ghosty takes down a second for the round, putting it into a 2v4. And unfortunately, without these rifles, I don't know if they'll be able to do this. For Luz taking down Unikama, going for those eco-frads. Will they be able to take down Abyss? Abyss has to watch both these angles here, but Luz? What are you doing, Luz?
I have so many questions about what just happened there. That was super awkward. But yeah, I mean, Abyss needs to 1v3 clutcher. I think he's just looking to save this last rifle, but oh, does he... Taken down by Ichigo, not able to hold on to that gun. And this yet another good round for Light Gaming. And again, I mean, it was an anti-eco, so it is more or less what we expected to see out of that round. That being said, I know that Light Gaming did just come off of a thrifty round, so Yeah, anything can happen. Finally, however, we have a full rifle round. I think this is the first time that we're actually seeing full
Yeah,
rifles,
probably.
full armor across the board. And we're in round 8. Like, that is a seriously long time for that to happen. It's been. Wait, you've got your ult again? Yo,
Because of
Luz
that
is absolutely
4K.
popping off.
It's because of that 4K. After the previous ult, he does spot one player there, but Naga does take down Chaos, expecting him to be in the smoke this time. And now, Smoky Melon, taking a peek on Showers, will punish Unikana finally for that low Showers. And Luz is still here! Gets another 2K. His aim's on crack. If he can just clear his angles, he's good to go now. But yeah, unfortunately, shut down again for Radiant Thieves, and their spike was just in cave this whole time. It does look like they're going to capitalize on that teleport that came through, and the Sage Rays will come through. We'll have to see what they can do on this A side, but again, this Viper Orb.
Oh, an attempt was made there with the Sage Wall. I like this. The lockdown coming out, but Ichigo with the 900 IQ spray and Orbital Strike coming through as well. So much delay here from Radiant Thieves. Now there is, or rather from Light Gaming, now there is still time for Radiant Thieves to plant. They still have 30 seconds. You can see them booking it all the way over towards the B site. Light Gaming hasn't quite clocked it yet, and Rainmaker's here baiting to make them believe it's still gonna happen. We could see them take this round if they play this right.
Yeah, Rainmaker manages to take down one, but Unikama does go down, and now it's up to Abyss. He turned around and went back A. Oh no, Abyss can't do much here. It's a 1v3 with only 9 seconds left. The best he can hope for is to save this rifle. I wonder why he didn't just keep going B. That was kind of a really good fake if his players could survive, but unfortunately, not much more he can do in this round. And really a lackluster round coming out from Radiant Thieves there. It didn't really seem like they knew what the game plan was and what they wanted to accomplish that round.
The thing is, leaving one person on A to continue making a noise is a really good play. But as you said, instead of continuing over onto B and planting, you can't just leave Abyss to go and do that on his own. Because if your last 2 players, the other 2 players, die over on A, there's still like 3 people left alive from Light Gaming. So even if you find yourself in a position where the spike is planted, you're running out of time. Now, Chaos has an operator in his hands. Radiant Thieves down to like an Ares and 2 Spectres. I mean, this is less than ideal, but they did pull out a lot of ultimates, which is massive.
We'll have to see if they can capitalize on this. Viper's but still to be used by Ghosty as he takes down Rainmaker immediately. Oh, gonna get flashed out, but Laz already on the flank, and Smoky Melon picks up 2 on site, but will finally get traded out, and now Unikama with only a Spectre in a 1v3 and gets caught with his bot out, and unfortunately Ichigo will take him down, and that's a 7-2 now for Light Gaming in this first half. Extremely dominant performance.
I was just having like flashbacks to Iceland. Zelsus from version 1 consistently getting killed because he was like caught with his Killjoy utility. Yeah, lineups kill people. It's terrible. You hate to see it. Now, what is interesting to note, so again, this is another round. Radiant Thieves have not been particularly good on how they manage their economy either, which is one of the reasons that their guns have been so lackluster for so long. They have 1 hero rifle and a few SMGs, and it comes to naught. Luz is just like, nah, you're not getting any value out of that, friends.
Yeah, Luz again, brilliant, denying that area in mid. He's definitely switching up his positioning and he's catching them off guard. They did not expect the Yoru to be playing that hookah area because they were kind of giving them hookah, right, with just that Sage Wall, but this time decides to go aggressive and it definitely pays off. It does look like the rest of Radiant Thieves are just trying to cut noise and maybe delay the execute onto this B side, but Light aren't biting for a second, and Ichigo with that spot onto long, they're going to know that at least one player is still here. But it's a 3v3 now on the side, so we'll have to see if they can enter. No, Luz getting 4, getting a 2k into that hookah area. Now it's only Unikama all alone with the spike against 5 members of Light Gaming with only a Spectre. I don't know. It's very possible to do this, but he's gonna have to try his best here.
30
I
seconds
mean,
left.
possible and probable, two very different things here. Now, there's literally no sense in saving a Spectre, so Irate's just holding this angle to get an exit frag. Unable to do so. Ghosty will get the last kill in the round, and 8-2 to Light Gaming already. 2 rounds left in this half. What do we got here? Oh, you see Radiant Thieves forced up in the previous round, so once again, they cannot actually buy. And this is upsetting again because they're forcing again. They keep forcing, which means that they're never finding themselves in a position where they can actually buy properly. Now, the only ultimate they have available at the moment is the From the Shadows, which, let's face it, isn't super high impactful. You can fake it, or you can maybe teleport to another spike, but it's not going to net you, like, amazing results.
Yeah, one thing that is a bit unfortunate, Light Gaming is winning now, right? But they're really not using a lot of those ultimates. I have yet to see a Reyna ultimate coming out, and that Viper Spit still, it's been available since round 3, but Melon quickly takes down Abyss. Does get traded out though, but Luz with the flank again. When are they going to get wise to this? Does get traded out by Rainmaker though, but Smoky Melon will get raised up in that shower position. Now it's back to a 4v3, and now they have that Brimstone ultimate to deny the plant on B, so we'll have to see what they can do with that as the whole of Radiant Thieves moving over to the B side.
Rotation is going to come through nicely here. I'm waiting to see if Ghost is going to kind of go on a lurk or... Okay, no, he's just going to meet up with the rest of the team coming in through the defender's spawn. Now, that can be quite dangerous because they don't have control of sight. And, of course, Rainmaker making his way through elbow here, hoping to catch someone off guard. Realizes there comes the Viper, and that's the kill. Beautiful stuff there, and that actually puts it in the lead for Radiant Thieves. 2 versus 1 here. Smoky Melon somehow needs to clutch this one out. The Killjoy utility comes out to deny the defuse, but he doesn't know where to look. Oh, he's gonna ult Hookah! No, he didn't!
One enemy
The
remaining.
Huge ultimate!
Hold on to your hats.
Not enough time to defuse.
No. Oh. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the comm came through there for that flank.
Last round
After
in the
Ghosty
half.
was caught on that rotation with his knife out. Very unfortunate stuff there. That Rainmaker was able to catch another 2 players off guard in that backside, and unfortunately, Smoky Melon just didn't have enough time to defuse that spike. After that, he still had 1 player to fight, and unfortunately, the clock just wasn't in his favor there. So they do pick up a win there, so they will be able to semi-full buy for this last round. So that's pretty big for Radiant Thieves.
But with the Empress out here, Chaos, gets shut down in his prime. 3 versus 3 here. Run it back, still available for Radiant Thieves. That's a great, oh no. Caught with your back turned, and Luz is just on that epic flanking mission once again. Now, 2 players left alive here, and they somehow need to get that spike down.
A site is open, however, so it does look like they're going to realize that in a second. Do they take any comma to be there? Yes, they do. Luz now with a 3k on the round. It's up to Abyss to clutch this one up for his team. He does have a rifle, so it's definitely doable. Deciding to go aggressive in the spawn area. Will he be able to take down Smoky Melon? No, Smoky Melon expects it and does take him down, and now that's a 9-3 first half for the side of LG Gaming. Extremely dominant half coming out from them so far.
That Ferrari swing in the defender's spawn there. Smoky Melon managing to get that final kill just was not expected in the least in that last second. But we all know about the 9-3 curse. We'll see if Radiant Thieves can, on their defensive half, turn that one around. I'm interested to see what pistols we're going to come out with. And it looks like, yeah, so quite a few ghosts for the defenders. And of course, that's much better at longer ranges than the Classic. Classic is a very up-close and personal gun. We're even seeing that from Light Gaming as well. So expecting to have slightly more long-range battles rather than kind of up-close. What is also interesting to note is 2 players buying half armor and buying down to 0 credits. That's risky.
Yeah, we also have full util and a ghost coming out from Hakaishin. His name is so hard for me to pronounce, but also 0 creds coming out from him, like you mentioned. So we'll have to see how they approach this A site now. Gonna be a lot of util dumped on them along with that Omen one way. But it looks like they're just not gonna respect it and they're just gonna force the issue right now. Get that Sage Wall down, get the plant down, but they can't forget about this Lamp's position. They don't have control, and Rainmaker trying to capitalize on this as Ghosty picks up his orb. Rainmaker here, good for one, but does get traded out as Luz also got a pick on that flank. And Ghosty going for the lineups now. Will he get caught out? He does. Naga actually takes down Chaos from this lamp area. And Haikishin takes down Ghosty on that flank. So that would be no Viper utility for this post plant. Let's see if the information actually came through for this blackout. Looks like they're expecting it. Ichigo will take him down. But now it's a 1v1. Ichigo versus the Killjoy, and he takes down Unikama with 2 HP and a dream. Great stuff from Ichigo there, clutching it out for his team.
Honestly, nerf right click. The classic right click until I get into my own rank games and I'll like land 3 right clicks and the person won't die, you know.
Yeah, then it's
you know. But in pro play, apparently 1 right click and person just do be dead. Now this is fascinating to note. So Radiant Thieves, off the back of losing the first pistol round, is actually forcing up, which is very high risk, high reward. They're coming into 2 attack marshals as well. Like, these buys are very, very different, but I want to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do here. Maybe trying to catch them off guard, but they don't even have that much economy. But Abyss, no, missing the shots in hookah. Will get taken down immediately, but the Raze utility comes through though. Will manage to find one, but the Boombot will get taken out. So that's a 1-for-1 trade now off the back of that Raze utility. Will Chaos expect to beat? Oh, he takes him down with a nasty flick. Good ship from Chaos, and will take down another one in Naga. Haikishin trying to get onto the site with the Bucky, trying to get a jump shot onto that Sage, but will manage to go down, and now Rainmaker has been spotted out towards this area, and Chaos just showing that he is the dominant Marshall player on this eco round. Great stuff from Chaos there, opening that site for his team.
Yo, I had so many questions about that Marshall, and Chaos just popped right off, man. An absolute demon there in elbow. Now, again, I mentioned how that force up in the previous round is really dangerous for Radiant Thieves, because in this round, normally they would be able to buy up to rifles. Now they're not able to, and again, janky stuff. We saw like I think an Ares and a Marshall and just some really weird guns there, whereas they could... Yeah, a Guardian, like they could and should have had rifles. And this is Light Gaming's bonus round. Next round, Light Gaming will have marshals. So, and next round is match point. Radiant Thieves, I don't see them turning this one around.
Naga taking one out though, and does get traded out, but also for Radiant Thieves, you would want to save up your economy to try and deny this 12th round, right? That's your #1 priority right now, and it doesn't look like they are going for that strategy at all here, just trying to greed for that one single round that they can get. But this Killjoy Molly, unfortunately, not going to be able to stop that plant, but Unikama is still lurking behind the smoke, does manage to spot out Ichigo, but not going to take him down. But Abyss with the flank in this hookah area gets a long, well, a medium range off of that Spectre. Definitely still an impressive kill. But Rainmaker will take down Smoky Melon now. Now it's a 2v4 for the side of Light Gaming. But as you mentioned, oh no,
Ghosty! Line up and kill!
Oh, and Luz goes down as well. What a disaster for Light Gaming there. Oh my goodness.
What the hell was that? Oh, that's so unfortunate. It happens so often that you'll see someone pull out, like Sober will pull out his bow and arrow, and like we just saw with the Viper, Ghosty getting ready for that post-plant molly. Didn't notice, because you have to look up at the sky, so you don't see the person on your screen. Oh man, that was actually so painful. And of course, it doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't get communicated, hey, somebody's running down long, you should like be ready for that. Oh, that's such an oof.
Sage was still in hookah, right? I don't think they anticipated that rotation, but good stuff from Radiant Thieves. They're acknowledging that there are probably going to be Viper lineups, and with the little glimpse that we got from them in the first half, Radiant Thieves does understand that util usage to stall out the post plant, right? Just get all of your util, all of your burn damage onto that spike so that they can't defuse. So maybe anticipating exactly what that Viper is doing and intentionally checking that area and manages to take it down. And now they denied match point off of the back of that force. So we'll have to see if they can full buy this round. I don't know if they'll be able to. But I definitely
Unlikely.
recommend it if they could.
No, they've been forcing up too many times. And even though they won that last round, again, the previous round was a force up. So it's unlikely that they're going to be able to full buy up. Light Gaming should still have a little bit of economy in the tank, maybe. I don't know if we can potentially get that screen up.
That was a
Maybe.
bonus, right? So they should be full on the rifles this round. So
Theoretically.
I think
There it
Radiant
is.
are gonna have a lot cut out for them. But Naga with the spray manages to get a kill for himself as Chaos takes out Rainmaker. Oh, Luz almost getting caught out, but nasty flick into that Shower's position. Also takes down the Phoenix, run it back now, and that's going to give a site to Light Gaming. And once they have that side control with the Brimstone and the Viper, it's going to be extremely hard to push. But Chaos taking down on it. Chaos just pushing so aggressively into that defender spawn area, manages to pick up 3 for the round, and that's match point now for Light Gaming.
And because of all of those force ups, it's going to be another janky round. We might see maybe 3 rifles come out. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, Naga opting for the Guardian. To be fair, he was doing reasonably well with the Guardian in the previous round. Did manage to get 1 or 2 kills there, even though he could afford to get a rifle if he so chose. But again, like I mentioned, really janky buy because of all of the force-ups throughout the previous rounds, never actually saving. Radiant, if there's one thing I can tell you, learn the value of the save.
Yeah, no, definitely a good thing to keep in mind. But I'm honestly shook that he opted for the Guardian instead of a Vandal there, because if you want that one-tap headshot, like, just take the rifle, you know, maybe get those sprays down. But it is going to be a full B execute with Radiant Thieves having stacked A this round. So they're going to have to play retake against all of this post-plant utility from Light Gaming. So we'll have to see what they can do. Just trying to get a cheeky spray out here into that elbow area, but doesn't manage to connect any of those shots. It is going to be our first 5v5 retake though, but Smoky Melon and Chaos won't let that happen for too long as they take down 2 players already. Naga will trade one enemy remaining. They still have a shot in this, but Chaos going aggressive and taking down 3. Ooh, doesn't expect Christian to have teleported onto site in the open like that. Does manage to take him down, but they have no time left. And valiant effort from Radiant Thieves in this last round, but not gonna manage to make anything happen.
Attackers win.
Oh man, there were some really good moments for Radiant Thieves, but honestly, I think the 2 things that really worked against them was, one, their subpar grasp of economy. Like, I don't know if people know Mikalele. Whenever I play Valorant with him, his saying is every round's a buy round. That's not true. It is very important to save from time to time. Have a full eco round so that in the following round you can get proper guns. Because if you're coming up against a team that consistently has Vandals and Phantoms over and over and over again, your Spectres and your Stingers are going to do very little against that. And then, of course, the other thing was Light Gaming had Luz. Just built diff, unfortunately.
Questionable at times, but definitely making up for it, right? In those instances, dropping those multi-kills. And also Chaos on the attacking half, definitely showing why he's also playing a duelist on that team. Popping off, opening the sites and pushing aggressive on those post plants, really denying entry onto that site. And also buying time for his post plant utility users, right? Allowing that Viper to have time to set up for those snake bites and possibly the Brimstone Molly. But I didn't see a lot of like lineups from the Brimstone Molly coming out. Maybe that just wasn't in the cards tonight.
Yeah, it's one of those things that needs to be looked at. Now, I mentioned Luz, just for what it's worth, ACS 332. Just putting that out there. But that is going to do it for the very first match Unfortunately, one team will be dropping down to the lower bracket. That's going to be the Radiant Thieves. We'll see Light Gaming move on in the upper bracket. We're going to be back in just a few minutes for the next matchup. It's X Contra versus the winner of I'm not actually sure which two teams lead into that, but it'll be X Contra for sure is one of them. We'll find out who the next team is in just a short break. Guys, don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the AOC Flying Shotgun SA Valorant Qualifiers. I did it. Mic drop. Job done. I'm leaving. No. We just had our very first game. It was amazing. Light gaming with a massive victory, 13-4 over on Bind. We're going to be heading over into our second matchup of the day. It's going to be X Contra versus the Punishers Academy. KB, what can you tell me about these two teams?
Well, it is definitely a very big match. Ex Contra with a lot riding on this one. They just missed out on that Havoc tournament qualification in the league, finishing in that fifth place after all four stages. Very unfortunate there, but Punisher's Academy coming in with a lot to prove. That team went through so much during the league stages. I'm pretty sure there was a main Punishers team as well. That's not a thing anymore. So Punishers Academy definitely have a lot riding on this one. Definitely want to prove themselves in the scene, and I think they're gonna go in guns blazing.
And I think it was you telling me they 13-0'd their first series tonight. So definitely off to a good start. We'll see if that continues forward. Now, we're going to be taking a look at the map that has been chosen. And for a moment, it was pretty touch and go. It was like the only two maps left are Breeze and Icebox. But unfortunately, we're not going to Breeze. We're going to be heading on over to Icebox. Okay, what are we expecting here from these two teams?
Well, I'd be interested to see the Viper again. Icebox, definitely a very good map for her as well, but it does look like X-Contra are saying no. They're not going to do that at all, rather going with the Brimstone, which is an interesting pickup. From them, I think Nightmare is just going to lock in that Killjoy. Definitely standard stuff from him. Loves that agent. Killjoy main through and through. No major surprises here, really. It does look like Punishers might opt for that Viper, but a double Sentinel comp, double Duelist, double Sentinel comp coming out from X-Contra here. Pretty standard stuff. Definitely what you're used to seeing if you're an X-Contra fan, going for those comfort picks. Although X-Contra do have two brand new players in this
Select
tournament.
your agent.
On the side of Timmy and Woke, I believe. I don't think they have played together with the team in the league either, so that's a brand new team coming out there. And it does look like the Viper is going to come through for the side of Punisher's Academy alongside that Sage and a double Initiator comp actually coming out from them. So it will be interesting how they're going to utilize that Sky on Icebox. Obviously, a lot of open spaces for that Sky Flash to get some good value. But we'll have to see how the Brimstone pick actually is the most interesting to me here. So we'll have to see how X-Contra plan on utilizing that agent on this.
Usually what we see is so either X-Contra's comp where you swap out the Brimstone for, and not even the Brimstone, you swap out one of the duelists for a Reyna, and then instead of the Brimstone, you'll have something like the Viper, obviously.
Yeah.
So that's one of the compositions. And then on the other hand, you'll have kind of what Punishers is running, except instead of the Sky, you might have the Reyna, for example, or the Killjoy. So those are the two like super standard compositions. So there's quite interesting deviations from both, not necessarily in the roles that the agents perform, but just in which agent it is in particular. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out. First pickoff's going to come through here for the Punishers Academy, and that's a great opening for the defense.
Yeah, and that's Spike down, right? They have all the information now. They know the game plan, and you can see the members of Punishers already reacting to it. Beanie actually getting a tag as well, so that's one member for the side of X-Contra, already half HP. And being a man down in pistol round is quite detrimental this early on.
God.
And
where were they going? A site was free. I mean, obviously they didn't know that, but it's so like shocking to see this happening where they completely pull back. Props to Punishers Academy for having such massive patience, and then off the back of that really weird rotation, managing to get a second kill for themselves. X-Contra, I think, a little bit quick on the trigger finger to start running around the map.
yeah, maybe just second guessing themselves after that like first loss of a player. But Punishers, as you said, very good
30 seconds
discipline.
left.
You can see that Sky thought about rotating, but at the end of the day, stayed on that side. Rex going for a jump peek towards that tunnel, maybe exposing himself just a little bit too much, but both players will back out there. But Beanie will manage to take down Nightmare in that mid area, and now it's just
Last
Punisher's
player
Academy
standing. 10
collapsing
seconds left.
onto X-Contra. Yeti manages to get one off his own, and now it's just Williams left, and he will go down in the end, and that is a pretty good start for Punisher's Academy against the 5th place of the South African League.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that I think that X-Contra's composition feeds into this quite a bit. Raze is not super popular on this map because it's very, very open. So you get far less value out of her utility. That's why the Reyna tends to be a lot more popular. And then, of course, they don't have a Viper, which, I'll be honest, is a staple of Icebox. She's kind of a must pick. So it is very interesting to note that, and I will say I feel like that's probably contributing. But of course, it was just the first pistol round. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We'll see if they can turn this one around as they're coming up against the Force Buy now. And they've stuck with pistols, so the right choice to make in terms of the economy.
Yeah, well, Muzi already taking down Woke, and that's Sova Recon Dart actually spotting out 3 in mid as Ugly Boy Adam will pick up a frag onto Yeti as well, and now it's a 3v5 left for the members of X-Contra. It'll be interesting to see if they can get a couple of picks here, maybe make the bonus a bit more expensive. But Punisher's Academy getting so much information here. Rex taking down another one, and Senpai just continuously peeking this mid area for some information. But Ugly Boy Adam on the swing will take down Williams, but Williams does manage to get one before he goes down, and now it's just Timmy trapped in this mid area, does manage to take down one, but Senpai will close it out. 2 members at least falling for Punisher's Academy, so that's going to make this bonus a little bit more awkward for them. But Beanie just oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, it's
no,
happening, it's happening.
Care.
The round 3 operator. Now listen, this is actually quite common. You know, if you don't buy up in the second round at all, okay, I think he's just messing with us. But it is actually fairly common to see that happen, have that round 3 op come out. But instead, they're going to opt for the bonus. And of course, you don't want to risk it too much because you know that X-Contra are coming in with full rifles. If you lose that operator, if you're not confident that you can get 2 to 3 kills and secure the round for your team, then yeah, you're definitely not going to be picking that one up. Now, oh my god, this rotation from Punishers is nasty. The pincer that's going to come through here is going to be so strong. Never mind. Okay. I got excited for nothing.
Yeah, that was close, but Woke with a huge opening onto that site will manage to get one, and Ugly Boy Adam at least trades him out fairly quickly. That's 1 rifle down already. Punishers have 4 to go. What can they do? The Sova already tagged up quite a bit, but Timmy with the spray manages to take down Senpai, and Yeti takes down Beanie as well. Now it's a 2v4 on this bonus round. I don't know if Punishers can do much about this right now. The Dart will manage to spot out the players behind yellow. Guiding Light goes out, gets the flash, but Yeti and Williams just closing out the round, making sure to lose as few of those rifles as possible.
Now, I honestly believe that if Punishers had created that pincer, that round may have gone a little bit better for them. They kind of stifled the number of avenues they had available to themselves to shut down that push. And again, of course, the Sage utility comes in very big there. The Brimstone smokes as well kind of shuts down a lot of avenues. But now, instead of round 3, we'll have the round 4 operator for Beanie. Have a look where he's posted up. Yep, over towards the A site. Going to try to shut that one down, along with the Viper, which is also very interesting. Usually you'll have the Viper kind of chilling towards the B sides. Oh,
very disciplined stuff from Beanie there. Manages to take down 2 with that operator. Huge value coming out from that sniper rifle already. And now Senpai and Beanie holding onto the site so far. They do have some support from the Sova, so we'll have to see if they can scare X-Contra away here. But that is spike drop, and I wonder if they calm that. But now we see Punishers really going for this kind of pincer that we spoke about. But the Sage is just chilling in mid for now. Might get spotted out a little bit, but decides to go back again. Punishers Academy not wanting to be too aggressive on those flanks just yet, it seems.
It's also a little bit of a flank watch as well, just to make sure no one's coming around to try and pincer towards the, through mid into the A site. But with X-Contra down to 3 players, 40 seconds left on the clock, so still quite a bit of time. But look at Punisher's map control. It doesn't matter where X-Contra try to push in from. They're going to run into someone.
30 seconds left.
B might be their best option, but the rotations are still very, very possible. It's just interesting that they're still trying to contest this operator. See,
Yeah, very questionable stuff there. But Beanie does get taken out by Yeti, but it is a 2v4 now for the members of X-Contra. They will also get spotted out by that dart, not breaking it soon enough, and Ugly Boy Adam picking up a consolation prize for himself. And now Muzi just gonna clean up Williams real quick. And that's a 4-man win for the side of Punishers. They're going to take all those rifles into the next round and save the operator. Huge win for the side of Punishers. And that's probably going to force X-Contra to a save.
And, you know, I was talking about how Beanie needs to be confident that he can get value out of the operator. Well, I mean, it works out perfectly in that round. Gets 3 kills, which pretty much secures the round. Yes, he dies in the process. He gets traded out because he didn't have his tailwind anymore. He kind of used that earlier on in the round. So he gets a pick and then gets traded out. But it's 3 kills on the round. Now X-Contra forcing a little bit. Normally you'll buy down to about 2,900. It looks like they're buying down to 1,500-ish, hoping to still be able to buy up nicely in the next round. They will have a little bit of a loss streak bonus, so they might still be able to buy up in the next round, even if they lose. But they do have Orbital Strike available, which will help just to kind of clear out some areas. Speaking of, that's no way. How does that get a pick off down mid? Williams, and that's the Orbital Strike off the board.
Yeah, and that's also a tag onto the opposing Killjoy, so huge value coming out there. As Beanie doesn't manage to connect the shot onto A, will get thrown with a nade in the face, actually. But it does look like X-Contra, once again, not really committing to a site here. They're kind of flustered in this A spawn area more often than not. And it's interesting, the Orbital Strike, right? Because I can't really envision a place where that would get too much value because of the size of how open it is.
Ooh!
Ugly Boy Adam getting caught with his util out. Unfortunate there. Woke will capitalize and takes down the operator actually with the Guardian. So huge pick there coming out
left
from him.
Unfortunately, Yeti getting caught with his pants down, so to speak. 3v2 situation here. Punishers heavily in the lead for the moment. A little bit of a battle going on. Oh, caught in the middle of the reload. Timmy goes down, but unfortunately, Muzi not able to heal himself. Will get taken down by Woke. Woke needs to somehow cut this out. 2 versus 1 is not able to do so. Another solid round here from the Punishers. And coming back to the Orbital Strike thing, it's exactly the same thing I was saying about the Rays and why you don't see Rays on Icebox. Yeah. Neither of those agents are particularly good on such an open map. Yes, you could potentially, like, Orbital Strike the connector from mid into A, for example, and stop from pushing in. But then you can just go up the stairs at the back of site into heaven. So it's not really, maybe you can ult A in a post-plant scenario. But yeah, it's not going to net you tons and tons of value, which is why you tend to see those agents far less often on this map.
Yeah, well, we are going to see kind of a force full buy from X-Contra here with the jet knives. They did, however, have enough credits to buy these knives. So we're gonna have to see what the opening onto the site looks like, but they don't expect Senpai to be up on that screen. Does manage to get out, and that's a Raze ultimate with no value now, as Rex shuts down the jet ultimate with the same result as well, and that's two ultimate abilities that X-Contra just lost before the spike even went down, and now it's a 4v5 retake for the side of Punishers. We'll have to see what they can do as the Seekers come out. We'll spot out Yeti on this catwalk area, just looks away at the wrong moment, and the Seekers are hunting down the rest of the players of X-Contra.
Interesting that he chose to look away at that moment, but Nightmare getting pushed so far back, caught in the reload. Ugly Boy Adam will get the kill there. We see a counter Bladestorm coming through, but okay, it was just like a sneaky defuse. And then, again, the Orbital Strike comes through to try and deny the defuse, but it's just too late. And so the post-plant utility doesn't actually come through. Maybe that's why they go with the Brimstone for the Mollies and the Orbital Strike, as opposed to the Viper. But again, like, there's a reason Viper is so good on this map. You just you're not getting the same kind of value as you would with a, you know, if you bring out the brimstone. So a bit of an iffy round there. And what was also interesting to note was the Blade Storm came out on a buy round. Very often the Blade Storm will come out on like a full eco, like a full save round, which this again is not. I mean, we've got yet another weird janky buy coming out from X-Contra. I think we've had one full rifle round, which was on like round 3. No, because that was the bonus round. So we haven't even had a full rifle round. It's just X-Contra doing that janky thing that we saw in the previous matchup.
Destroyed.
Round 3 was a bonus for Punishers. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. So it wasn't a full buy from both
Yeah.
sides. But once again, right, like X-Contra actually losing 3 ultimates for no value in that previous round. So it's a much more detrimental loss than you'd expect from that buy round as well. So losing that economy and losing those ultimates, it's very unfortunate for them. But it does look like they're trying to force their way on to be here. Nightmare trying to get a couple of picks, does spot out Rex towards that mid area, but can't manage to connect the shots. And this is a 3v4 X-Contra down in manpower once again, and still trying to force this
30
B side,
seconds
but
left. 30
the
seconds
members
left.
of Punishers just not allowing anything to happen. With 30 seconds remaining, Rex will take down Nightmare, trying to awkwardly push into that mid area, but that's actually such a good position to hold from. So much cover, can peek from any direction. Not really much Nightmare could have done about that. Will they? Oh! Nasty
10
shot
seconds
from
left.
Williams onto Beanie there. Marshall diff. Like, who needs a operator where you can hit headshots with the Marshall, right? So,
Bit of an iffy snake bite there. Oh, they ran out of time. You were talking about how Punishers were just not allowing them onto site, and that's not even what was happening. They were hesitating for so long. They had Nightmare trying to push onto site. Meanwhile, Williams and Yeti are just like vibing, not actually doing anything. They weren't pushing. They weren't putting any sort of aggression onto the site. Punishers were just there like, all right, cool. You're just wasting your own time. And they do eventually. The clock runs out. They're not able to even get the plant down. And that's another round that they've just handed over. Now, what is going to be interesting in this round is Woke has actually brought up an operator as well. So we're going to have op v op. The attacking op can be very difficult to get value out of, but they do have a lockdown available, which we might see go down in this round.
Get grounded.
nice shot from Yeti, taking down that operator early, and that's gonna make this lockdown go down now, and that's gonna force the rest of the players of Punishers onto the side. And for the first time this map, I believe X-Contra have a man advantage now as they get the spike down onto A. Williams trying to hold this flank, but Woke picks up a second. Now it's a 5v3 for the members of X-Contra, and Punishers do have the economy to go for this take, so we'll have to see if they can get those entries, get onto the site. But now there are two players dealing with this flank, which kind of evens up the manpower on the site right now, but Williams manages to take him out as well. Simultaneously gets a pick on the site, but Senpai will shut down that operator. Can he get more for the value?
Be interesting if he could actually steal the op, but I don't see. Oh my god. It's just so wild that they don't check that angle. Senpai actually manages to get a few exit frags there, which is massive. But this was a really big round for X-Contra. Using that lockdown really works out well in their favor. Now, Punishers, unfortunately, once they get pushed off of site, they don't re-push back on. They have the Viper utility. The wall goes up, but they're a little bit too split up, a little bit frazzled from the ultimate, and they ultimately just give up that space for free. This was a much needed round for X-Contra though. Yes, they did lose a lot of players in the process, but after winning the round, they are still able to buy up properly once again. They still have their res available, but without a super impactful ultimate like the lockdown to create that space, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to replicate those results. The good news is they've taken the ultimate away from Punishers.
Yeah, well, right now, Senpai with his Viper, but gonna deny any sentry onto this A side with Boombot completely freaking out on that pipes area, actually. So we'll have to see what X-Contra's answer is here. It does look like they want to push straight into this Viper's pit, but so much information being given away through those sprays. And look at the aggressive positioning from Muzi at B long already, expecting this rotation, trying to catch these players off guard. But X-Contra are all going mid, and they're going to get spotted out by this L drone, at least 4 players. Punishers now have all of the information, and you can see the rotations coming in already, expecting this push to rotate towards this B, and Ugly Boy Adam with the first pick will get traded out, but that's spike down. Punishers have all the information now, know exactly what's happening as Rex tries to hold down this middle area, but he is getting pushed by Williams, so we'll have to see if he can take him down or not. Williams throwing a molly into kitchen there. Rex rotated to the side now, manages to get another. And Woke will finally trade him out, and now it's a 2v2 as Beanie answers back onto Woke. Peeks through the little gap and finds one, and Senpai cleans up with 2 from that mid area while Beanie distracts from that defender spawn. Great crunch coming in from Punishers there in that 2v2.
This is a really good look for a team that in stage 4 only won 1 game. I'm actually really impressed with how well they're performing. And I will also say that X-Contra have made some very big misplays. They've seemed very lost. They'll kind of start moving towards one side, then they'll move to the other. Like the previous round, they had a really good start to the round, and they had the numbers advantage for a good chunk of it. And then it all just kind of falls apart towards the end because they're not playing off of one another properly. And so Punishers are so, you know, they punish it. Kind of, it's in the name. And now we're getting so much closer to that half once again. X-Contra forced down onto another janky buy because they just do not have the economy to back up their spending.
Yeah, very unfortunate stuff coming out from X-Contra. I don't know them as a team that is this indecisive. Maybe not too comfortable with those roster changes just yet, but it's extremely strange as a nice shot comes out from Williams. Ooh, Ugly Boy Adam getting aggressive in mid. Will get one, tries to get out, but Woke will immediately swing for that refrag, and now it's a 3v4 man advantage in the side of X-Contra after those first early game scrimmages. And once again, right, they had a control, and now they're rotating off. So they're going towards this B area and taking so long to do so, right? So the rotations are coming in for Punishers now.
30 seconds left.
Look at this creep from Rex. Will he expect it? Oh, whiffs the shots, and Woke will punish him. And now it's a 2v4. It's looking dire for Punishers in this round. Nice spray from Muzi coming out, but Yeti will trade him back with that ultimate. And now it's only Beanie in a 1v3 situation, but that's how it starts. Gets the first frag. Can he get 2 more? He has to keep that Brimstone ultimate in mind, though, because I am pretty sure they're going to be playing for the post plant on that one.
Now, just gathering some intel here. Slow approach through Snowman. You can actually see the post plant positioning. They've taken up some very, very long angles to try to stop this defuse from happening, or tries to bait out the orbital strike, but it doesn't work. Takes down the Brimstone. This is the perfect opportunity, but does he have enough time? I don't think so. And even if he does, Yeti just around the corner. Oh my god. Oh my god, it was so close. But Yeti dies to the spike, but well worth, because I think that defuse may have just been in time if he hadn't got that last kill.
Yeah, if Yeti didn't come through there, that would have definitely been another round towards Punishers. But it's very interesting to me that they split up in that post plant and that they didn't play together, right? Because if Williams was playing for that ultimate, why not both have played in kitchen, right? And planted for that area. But now you had one player playing long all alone. So it was very easy for Beanie to isolate those fights and get that man advantage back in his favor. But still good stuff from X-Contra to hold up there. But look at Muzi with this aggressive position. The jet knives miss. That's an ultimate down, but Timmy will take him out.
So I know we talk about how like Sky plays like a duelist, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to be trying to entry frag there. That being said, this is a really wonky buy for Punisher's Academy. So ideally, they just want to get as many kills as they possibly can. And what's interesting is that X-Contra, in what is more or less an anti-eco, have invested the Blade Storm, lost the Blade Storm, Punisher's Academy have already evened out the numbers here.
Beaten
This is
down.
a really strange round. Now they've raised as well, so the possibility of the retake is still very, very real. The orbital strike is still online. How? Oh my god, no. No, Yeti. How?
Oh,
Oh, you get punished by a ghost. Meh.
unlucky. But yeah, now we see the post-plant utility from X-Contra coming through, denying any diffuse potential. And they still have that Brimstone ultimate. There's no time. Maybe just trying to bait it out, but they know that there's no time. And X-Contra with the discipline, not going to use that ultimate just yet. And what?
Last round.
A lot,
before the switch.
much more dominating round coming out from X-Contra. Goodness, I just lost all ability to speak there. But X-Contra looking a lot more confident now after they have a few wins under their belt. Being more decisive, right? They're actually executing onto sites now, which is a good sign. And it's working out in their favor. A little bit questionable for Williams to be lingering on that site for that long. But it does manage to pay off for them. And they will even the scoreline out to 7-4 now. So we'll have to see if they can bring it back for that 5th round of the first half.
See, what's interesting to me is the number of rounds that they win where they've needed to use ultimates. For example, that previous round was an anti-eco. Now, in this round, they don't really have a ton of ultimates to use. Again, they still have that orbital strike available, but that's more than likely meant to be used in a post-plant scenario, or possibly to push the sniper off of the whatever perch that, that has been chosen. They've also still got the raise, which they've had for quite some time. Oh, that's huge. They're not going to need the orbital strike to push him off of his sight. And now it looks like it is. But is it going to be an A hit? It might be an A fake because the spike's all the way over in mid, which is terrifying because if Timmy dies, then Spike is in no man's land.
Timmy all alone here, but will get smoked out. Allow the Ugly Boy Adam there, allowing his teammate to escape. But Nightmare not expecting Ugly Boy Adam to be at the back of the site. And the recon dart will spot out Yeti, but the res will come through here. Will he look to punish? No, he's just playing it safe for now. Maybe just waiting for his teammates to rotate. And now the man advantage is in favor of X-Contra. They're looking thirsty for this last round of the half.
Now it's a full-on retake situation here for Punisher's Academy. Post-bomb positions are in. Oh, beautiful swing there, but it immediately gets traded out. The Seekers are out to give that little bit of information, but it's slowly but surely ticking down the time. Work manages to get another kill there. Oh my goodness, he's just absolutely popping off. Finally, the orbital strike comes out. Last round in the half. Is there a better time to use it? Absolutely not. And that is a 7-5 half. Now, it could be better, but it could be a hell of a lot worse.
Definitely can, but it for sure looks like X-Contra have found their footing now, right? They secured the last 3 rounds of that half. That's definitely what they had to do to maintain pressure in this match. A 7-5 scoreline is not bad for the first half, especially considering how it started. They were 6-1 behind before they started winning those rounds, so very good comeback from them in that first round. We'll have to see if they can keep that decisiveness now, right? Because we saw how hesitant they were towards the beginning of the game, so hopefully they can stay confident now off the back of those 3-round wins and convert that into the defensive half.
Yeah, a big issue has been my concern that they have always needed to use ultimates, but it seems like that's just been a case of they're now starting to coordinate a little bit better. There were a couple of rounds where they threw in a few more ults than was necessary, but they've started to look a lot more clean, in the past few rounds. So hopefully that carries through now that they're here on the defense. And of course, a beautiful opening pick off there onto the Sage means the heal is off the board, and so is that Sage wall. That's a lot of potential cover taken down. Now I want to see, how does the Punisher's Academy composition fare against what X-Contra have brought to the table? Because I already said that I kind of favor the Punisher's composition.
Yeah, that Viper definitely being strong, but going for a mid to A here. Very interesting take. Will punish Nightmare in that corner as well. And now they have a 4v3 in this post block on the pistol round. So definitely looking pretty good. And it does look like they're going to be playing for those post plant lineups as Timmy first on the rotation. Maybe trying to get some initial picks before his teammates rotate, but waiting for them before he enters the site. Checks below and Ugly Boy at him with the swing, but he misses the shots. And that's Timmy now, making the entry frag happen, making this site retake a possibility, and it's back to a 3v3, but Woke sneaks past Senpai there. Woke in an extremely aggressive position, not giving that post-plant utility a chance to go off, not expecting that Muzi's there either, but a brilliant flank from the side of Beanie coming out from that mid area, completely catching the X-Contra players off guard, and a brilliant pistol round coming through from Punishers.
Yeah, we're not seeing that same hesitance that X-Contra had shown on their attacking half. Punishers Academy taking control of the space, taking control of those angles, making sure that they're able to swing on one another, and it's worked out really, really well for them. But again, we saw them do really well in the first pistol rounds, and it's, you know, eventually X-Contra started to kind of get into the swing of things. So we'll wait and see how it goes, as now Punishers will force up. Interestingly enough to note, X-Contra picked up the shorty holding such a deep angle there and gets punished immediately.
Beanie with a quick 2 entries onto the side, and once again, look at this decisiveness coming out from Punishers. They know exactly what they want to do. They're executing the B side when they have an advantage, and now all 3 players from X-Contra actually on this flank, but Punisher's ready for it and just cleans up the pieces for a flawless anti-eco second round of the half, and now that gives them an extremely strong bonus round, right? Because they don't have to buy up a single weapon this round.
Yeah, this is fantastic for them. We might even be able to see that round 3 op that I enjoy so much. And again, X-Contra here, able to buy up to rifles. Now, it's just Nightmare that's not going to be able to buy full armor, and that probably has to do with needing to buy utility. Killjoy is one of the agents where you tend to burn just about all of the utility before the barriers even go down, and with very little chance of actually picking that back up. So unfortunately, that does affect the economy a little bit. As we see now the push, again, one of these really great split pushes, pushing up through kitchen and through B main, but a nice little Sage Wall is going to come up here to try and slow that down, and it just so happens that that's where the spike is. So that's definitely going to stem the tide a little bit here for the Punishers.
Yeah, and a good position from Yeti as well, watching that middle, like, little connector into B. On this off angle, might be able to catch a few players off guard, but it looks like Punishers just want to wait for this wall to dissipate, maybe play time, make X-Contra second guess themselves, because it does look like the Sage is running around the map a bit. Not really sure where the opponents are going to come from, but this will be the execute now that that Sage Wall's down, and Rex is ready for the trade there after Timmy takes out Senpai, but Woke also getting a pick on Long. And this is a really good defense coming from X-Contra so far. We'll have to see if they can hold on to it. Good nade coming out from Yeti as well, forcing these players back into the back of kitchen. But Muzi will get a pick onto Woke as Rex picks up Yeti as well. And now, man advantage in favor of Punishers again. But Williams will even it out, defending the site with his life, and Beanie caught with his knife out, rotating to that A site, not expecting Nightmare to still be there. And that is another round for X-Contra on the board in the second half.
Yeah, and this is what we saw a little bit earlier as well. As soon as they had the gun advantage, they were able to win out the round. What was interesting there, I think, is that Punishers decide to commit to that B site, even though, you know, the Sage Wall had come up and it really stalled them out for quite some time. It gave X-Contra a lot of time to kind of reposition themselves a little bit and gain a bit more map control so that they could take Punishers, you know, unawares. I am also interested to see how Woke is going to do with this judge, particularly because no one is pushing to B. If he takes a really deep push and decides to kind of go on a flanking mission, that could be devastating.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes out from them this round, but it is a full A push from the side of Punishers here, but X-Contra are ready for it. Already 4 members rotated over as Muzi gets tagged up heavily by that boom bot, not able to take it down in time, but will survive for now. And Beanie just trying to peek over this pipe area, get some information, but X-Contra have fully rotated already, but now they're starting to second guess the rotation. Maybe dwindling off towards that mid area, but Punisher's looking like they want to stick with this. Maybe just trying to cut noise, trying to spot any aggressive plays, but the play is not to go B. But Timmy getting a nice early pick onto Beanie, denying that entry onto the site, but the res will come through for the side of Punisher. So back to a 5v5 full reset, but only 30 seconds remaining in this round.
Get out
30
of my
seconds
way.
left.
We've given up a lot of space. I mean, Woke is still chilling all the way over towards the B site. Now we are going to see Bladestorm coming up for Punisher's Academy. It feels like they might be panicking just a little bit. Viper Wall's going to go up, and that's going to be the cue to get in onto the side. Slow Orb will come down. The trade's going to go back and forth as the Killjoy utility comes out as well. X-Contra, full control here of this A site. Leaving the Killjoy was a perfect decision as that anchor. And now it's down to Senpai to try and clutch this one out. 1v4. Does get one. Can he get the follow-up? Nope. Gets taken down by Yeti. X-Contra, yet another round there on the board.
Yeah, very good round from X-Contra there, and you said it, right? The members of Punishers they tried to cut noise towards that A site, maybe fake out a rotation, but they didn't take any map control that round. There's no way that X-Contra would have bit that onto that fake, because they had a member holding mid. They had a player holding B long. They had all the information they needed. They pressured Punishers into one corner of the map, and Punishers thought they had the element of surprise, but X-Contra were just waiting for them. They knew exactly what the plan was.
There's the sound of that Bladestorm that I said usually comes out on the eco round, as Beanie is going to try and pop some heads with that. There is a hero rifle available for Muzi, but going to be difficult to get full value out of just that alone. We're still in the cinematic. There we go. We're back on the agents now.
We see a bit of a default coming out for the side of Punishers here. Yeti holding mid as he does, but they do seem to be a little bit uncertain, right? Spike heading over to that B side early, and now rotating back to A as the members try and push through mid, but Williams will get the first frag of the round, and Senpai still all alone with his pistol in this middle area, and Punisher's just squirming around that A lobby area and not really committing to that site. Obviously filled with Killjoy utility, not the site you want to be pushing on the eco round, but ooh, nasty shot from Woke. Gonna take down Ugly Boy Adam there, getting the first pick, but Senpai will answer back with a pick of his own in that kitchen area. Good stuff coming out from him, but it is a 3v4 and a gun advantage in the favor of X-Contra. Will Yeti be able to take down Senpai? Yes, he will. And time's running out. Not much they can do. Going for the plant, but Woke's still hiding behind that container. But Williams comes to his aid for a 3K on that round. Great stuff from X-Contra, and we're almost back to even now.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a much, much better look from X-Contra than we had seen before. And I think that Icebox is slightly easier to defend, as weird as that might be to hear or to say. But I feel like you tend to have much better control of the map when you're on the defender side, and X-Contra taking full advantage of that. Now as well, they've put an operator in the hands of Woke, so they're going to be trying to shut down these pushes as quickly as possible. And now it's actually Punishers who seem to look a little lost and not really sure of what direction they want to take. Nice little jump peek there from Yeti to get the information. He's going to be able to relay that across. Hey guys, there's like 1 million people over in mid. We should be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, really good defense coming out from X-Contra. It really looks like they found their bearings in this map, and extremely dominant second half coming out from them so far, as you said. But Beanie getting a little bit of a dink onto Timmy there, but won't be able to capitalize and convert that into a kill. So it's still a 5v5, but a lot of damage done as the Seeker's coming out, relaying all that information to the Punishers team. We'll have to see what they can do with it as Yeti goes down very low, still trying to fight this mid area. But that's potentially
That's
where they want
an
to use
ult.
that orbital strike. That could have gotten a lot of players, but Punisher's pretty passive there. We'll get one frag. Oh, going to punish the res as well. Great play from Rex with that Sage Wall. Oh my word.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about that orbital strike because I kind of spoke about how it could deny space and stop a push, but it isn't great even for that. And now we see the Viper's pit coming down, which again is where Viper is going to show the massive utility available and the use, the worth here on Icebox. Now, despite Yeti managing to get one pick, it is still a 2v4 situation, and yep, gonna get the hell out of there and try to hold on to the operator. Williams, in fact, looks like he's going to sacrifice himself to ensure that the op gets away. Oh my goodness.
One last player standing.
Williams not wanting to risk anything there, and Rex trying to play very aggressive to collect this weapon. Will they manage to find Yeti? He walks right past him, but Rex will get the ace. Yeti, unfortunately, not having the timing. I'm wondering why he decided to stop there and didn't rotate further onto that B side. A questionable decision coming out there, but unfortunately won't be able to save the op after that.
Yeah, there have been a few questionable decisions across the board here, but luckily for Punisher's Academy, they seem to be more or less on top of the game, and kind of a similar thing to what we saw in the previous half. It takes the attackers a couple of rounds to kind of figure out what they need to be doing. We'll see if Punishers can continue with that momentum, as they do still have the Hunter's Fury available. Another ultimate that is so perfect for post-bomb positions, but also amazing for clearing out angles and giving your team an opportunity to push in onto a site. They are going to need to be careful, though, because X-Contra does have a lockdown available.
And a lot of utility invested from X-Contra here to deny this kitchen play, right? That Viper orb really... Oh no, that Viper orb from Punishers actually blocking off that kitchen area. So we'll have to see what the plan is here. Beanie going up on this tube once again. This is multiple times that he's done this now. So I think X-Contra are ready for it, but not much coming out from the two teams as of now. It looks like a poke fest, and it does look like Punishers are trying to go for another push into kitchen here, but the spike is just calmly sitting back in a lobby for now, as the Sage also pushes into the A side. Timmy not gonna get caught off guard this time. Senpai will take him out, but Work is here for the trade.
Oh, no ways.
Full blind with the spray. Huge frags coming out from Woke there. Punisher's not expecting him to be that close for the trade. I think they thought it was just the Sage there. And now the two remaining members are stuck on the side, having to run into a full site stacked with Killjoy utility. And Nightmare is still here as well. Ugly Boy Adam trying to get that spike down. Won't takes the spike out with Nightmare still on the side, and Nightmare pick up two. Extremely unfortunate round for Punishers.
That was painful to watch. Up in kitchen there, the flash comes through, Woke gets completely white and still manages to get 2 kills. I don't know how Muzi, like, misses that so badly, because Sky's flash, you can now follow it out. So as soon as the flash goes through, he had his back turned, and it's definitely not the best position to be in. And speaking of, we've got Beanie over here with just a sheriff and the rest of the team on rifles, because his economy is a complete mess and he doesn't have Blade Storm available. It's not looking too great here for Punishers, and they're like, okay, never mind. Beanie's just like, all right, sheriff, operator, same.
Beanie's like, as long as I get that headshot, it's all good. It's basically a rifle, but that is an opening peek now. They will spot out Woke in this upper area, but the members of X-Contra already rotated over. Probably gonna try and spray this wall down as soon as they can. Trying to deny that plant, but it will go down, and it's a 4v4 retake now, as a member of Punishers did go down in that mid area earlier in the round. Woke is very low though, so we'll have to see what they can accomplish on this retake. The counter Sage Wall actually coming out, and the rest of X-Contra members trying to defend this right now. Timmy's gonna get the defuse. They can't spray it soon enough.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, the ninja diffuse comes through. Beautiful sage wall there, but I mean, they broke the wall. They should have been able to spray through the smoke, and that's why, again, it's so important to know exactly where that spike is planted. If you're the spike planter, pin it on the map. Tell your team exactly where it is to the T so they can spray through, just in case there's like a smoke in the way. Now, I am impressed I don't know if impressed is the right word, but neither of these teams have like blown their ultimates unnecessarily. They're still holding on to them. The downside to that is like they're not using them. You know, you've got 3 ultimates online here for Punishers. They've had that Hunter's Fury for so long. The Blade Storm is available as well. That Lockdown been around since the dawn of time. And Showstopper available as well, which I think just very recently came online. So a lot in the tank to try and leverage some sort of an advantage here, as Ex-Contra have taken very good control of the map once again. They've completely shut it down, and Punishers need to get a nice opening pick before they can push in anywhere.
Yeah, unfortunately for Punishers, the score is tied up 10-10 now. Very close match at the end of the day, as Ugly Boy Adam trying to get some information towards this B site. That is the spike, solo pushing B basically with the Sage as a bit of support, and 3 members of Punishers just really waddling in mid, right? They're not really doing anything. They're just all sitting around that corner, maybe waiting for some aggression, but nothing gonna come from it just yet, as Williams will spot out one player in Muzi right now and gets the frag as well. That's 1 down for the side of Punishers, and it's looking dire now as Yeti takes down 1 and Williams with the second onto this B side. Timmy there for the trade as Williams finally goes down. And now it's only Senpai against 4 members of Ex-Contra. Punishers really not sure how to counter this defensive setup from the side of Ex-Contra. With the Killjoy utility on A, they really don't want to push that site, but unfortunately, the Sage and Brimstone holds coming through from Ex-Contra just too strong for Punishers to be able to take it out, as Yeti will close out the round by taking down Senpai. Not going to allow them to save any weapons right now, as economy is so important heading into these last few rounds.
And this is what I was saying about Ex-Contra taking such good control of the map. They've shut down just about every area, and Punishers need to get a very early pick-off so that they can kind of push through and regain some sort of control of the map. Now, as you mentioned, the A site is dangerous. It has both the Killjoy and the Operator, but let's face it, that's probably the most dangerous area on the map. The B site is more than likely the best place to try to push into with a little bit of extra help over in mid. That being said, yeah, they tried to push onto A and got shut down by the Operator.
Unfortunate first pick going to the side of Ex-Contra. Their Punishers already a man down in this round, and it is match point next round, so this is a very important round for them to win. If they lose this one, that's advantage, a massive advantage towards Ex-Contra, but they did finally pull off a fake towards this B site. Rex not planting the spike yet though, want to make sure that it's 100% safe, and Ex-Contra really spread out across the map right now. Timmy might just spray this plant when he gets a chance, but a good wall actually going to deny that. Might get picked up from the top as the nade comes through from the raise, and the Showstopper coming out but not connecting. Senpai manages to take him out. That's an ultimate down now for the side of Ex-Contra once again without any value as they try and re-enter the site, but the utility is just so overwhelming coming out from Punishers. And look
big
at the
low
splash from Muzi. Muzi's definitely gonna get a couple kills off of this. Spots 3 players already. Will he manage to capitalize as the rest of his team's already going down? Nightmare going for the defuse, won't be able to get it, and now it's a 1v2 for Ugly Boy Adam. Doesn't expect him to be there, will take him down though. Oh, huge clutch from Ugly Boy Adam. Williams, not enough time, and what a chaotic retake there.
Honestly, Ugly Boy Adam comes up so big there. Muzi was on such a wild flank, had a couple of opportunities to try and get a pick off. And to be fair, it doesn't really get the kill onto the Killjoy, like helps, but it was more the molly than anything else. And then gets caught trying to flash out in the middle of using the utility, gets taken down. Like, that flank could have been massive, but it just did not pan out the way that it should have. And as I said, Ugly Boy Adam comes up so big there. Now, X-Contra forced down onto an eco round, and both Jets have popped those blade storms. As we get closer and closer, whoever wins here will put us onto match point. It's in a very important round. And of course, there's still that Viper's Pit available for Punishers. So if they can just get onto site, they'll likely have very good control.
Yeah, unfortunately, Beanie there misses a lot of that blade storm. Won't be able to take anyone down, but manages to make it work with the Spectre. Takes down Woke after that right click. Completely whips. And now they're trying the rotation, but Timmy already here with only a classic, trying to stop this from happening, but Muzi will take him down. And Punishers are looking to go for that map point now in a 5v3, but X-Contra just sprinting towards this B side, trying to deny it all. Oh, Yeti missing the right click, and it's all falling apart for X-Contra now. On the save round, and Nightmare getting taken down as well. Now it's just Williams, and Muzi will take him down. 4 players of Punishers surviving that round, and they are definitely looking at closing this one out.
We had another questionable orbital strike come out. I think that they were trying to deny the plant, but the plant hadn't even started yet. You didn't get that sound cue. So it was just kind of denying a little bit of space for half a second, but it wasn't denying space to the point where Punishers couldn't just retreat, which is exactly what they did. And then they started heading towards the B site. But again, another factor that you have to consider is that it was an anti-eco. Now we are on match point. X-Contra have an operator in their hands, but they only have the res available in terms of ultimates. Punishers Academy still have the res plus the Seekers and the Viper's Pit. Now, Seekers do a lot because it gives you information, then Viper's Pit just denies space forever. But that's so unfortunate. B going down there.
Will, however, get rezzed, and because of the Seekers, Nightmare won't really be able to punish. But look at this Killjoy turret, right? It's been there every single round, and they still haven't taken it out. But Rex with a huge 2K on that Rafters position. The res will come out, though. Back to a 4v4, trying to spray it down. We'll get a couple of tags out, but this is a nasty post plot coming out from Punishers as Timmy goes down already. Williams trying to come up huge on this flank. Doesn't expect the Sova to be right there, and Ugly Boy Adam punishes him.
Nailed him.
He just got too comfortable on that flank, and now it's Woke trying to enter into this Viper's Pit, and now it's only all onto Yeti, and the crossfire is too strong, and that will send X-Contra down to the losers bracket as Punishers finally come out on top of that map. What a chaotic match that was.
It was very back and forth there. Both teams had some very questionable rounds, but both teams had some really good rounds as well. And I really want to hand it to Punishers for holding on to a couple of those ultimates for that last round, more specifically the Viper's Pit. Had they used that 2 or 3 rounds back, they wouldn't have had that available for this round. They wouldn't have been able to so strongly secure that round for themselves. So very, very well played there. And I can take a look at the stat sheet here. And of course, it was Beanie that comes up big there. 259 ACS, 21 kills. But that he didn't go completely unpunished with 19 deaths as well. I think it was clear that X-Contra knew he was something that needed to be dealt with.
Yeah, Beanie definitely performing at his peak for his team there. And once again, we saw that like indecisiveness from both teams, but it does look like Punishers managed to collect all their eggs into one basket for that final push, and it definitely paying off. An absolute devastating post-plant setup in that final round. Honestly, I would not have wanted to be in X-Contra's shoes. Very hard-fought victory, but a victory nonetheless, as Punishers will continue in the upper bracket of this tournament. Very well played to both teams.
Now, we are going to take a short break, but before we do that, just a big shout out to AOC, who is sponsoring the Havoc tournament. Go check them out. Some fantastic monitors there that you can get yourselves, you know. Us gamers, we got to have good monitors, that good refresh rate, that good contrast and color settings, and, you know, really big size, because what's gaming without a really big screen? All everything you could ask for, AOC has it available for you. So do go check that one out. And when we come back, we're gonna have another match, which I am just confirming. Punishers, the main team, versus Exotic. I think it's the main team, or it's just we're following Punishers Academy. I'm not 100% sure on that
it's
one.
Still Punishers Academy.
Okay,
heading
still
into
Punishers
the next
Academy.
game. Yeah.
Cool. So we're going to be following them into their next matchup. It's going to be an absolute banger, but we are going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Let's see if I can get this right. Second time in a row. It is the AOC Flying Shotgun South African Valorant Qualifiers. 4 teams from this tournament will be proceeding on to the Havoc tournament sponsored by AOC. We have had 2 games run through. They have been super cool. We had the Punishers Academy in the previous game. Now we have the Punishers main team. A little bit of a miscommunication at the end of the last map there. This is their main team. Yeah, they're going to be playing up against a team whose name I have lost. Exotic. Hey, there you go. I saw the XC and I was like, oh, sorry, the EX, and I was like, wait, it can't be X-Contra again. Yeah. So it's Exotic. It's actually on the screen. Thank you, production. I am a moron. So, KB, what can you tell us about these teams?
Well, very interesting already. Sorry, I'm gonna just for a second. I'm surprised by the KO pick. So this is gonna be our first KO we see in the tournament. But Exotic, a relatively new team coming into stage 4 at a huge heater, winning every single match that they played. I'm pretty sure a couple of them went to the 2-1 area in the final stages of the tournament, but they did manage to win all 7 of the games that they played. And Punisher's main team actually not featuring in the final stages of the South African Valorant League, but they're back now and they're ready with a whole new roster. I'm pretty sure it's only Gogaby, but I might be mistaken. That's still around from the main Punishers team, but it will be a brand new rosters coming out from Punishers here. So we'll have to see what they can bring to the table. They have done well so far, still managing to compete in this winner bracket. So both these teams, very high expectations from my side. So I expect a very good game to come out of this one. Maybe it's just as close as the one we just cast. We'll have to see.
Potentially, and we're obviously, as you guys can see, we're back on Icebox once again. This is the number of people that tell me what a terrible map this is, and then you just watch any competitive game and it's just like, oh look, Icebox. Like, no, it's a pretty good map. You just have to know what you're doing. It's very difficult to navigate if you haven't really got the hang of it just yet. And I am happy to see that both teams are rocking the Viper. And as you said, that KO pick, very interesting. And I think what makes it even more interesting is the fact that there's no duelist on that team. It's going to be a bit of a slower composition, some slow pushes, and you can even see that now. Pistol rounds tend to be super fast and chaotic, but this time they're just, you know, slow and steady wins the race. Maybe, do we want to plant on B? Maybe not. Maybe we just go over to the A side. Who knows?
Yeah, the KO knife going to suppress Gogaby, so they do have the information that one player is back here. But it looks like they might want to rotate over, but their Lurk player did go down to the Reyna on that A site. So a bit of a wrench in the wheels of Exotic here, and Bray not spotting that player going through to that kitchen area. Will spot him out finally and gets the shot onto Vindicator. Gogaby answers with one of his own, and now Exotic just scrambling to maybe try and get onto this B site, but getting overwhelmed, and Punisher shut them down with a team ace and a flawless in the first pistol round. Dominant statement coming out from them in the first round of this game.
So this is it, right? 2 duelists versus no duelists. You've got a super hyper aggressive team, and this is what we see from Punishers. They push all the way out. We got a mad flank from Bray, who manages to get a nice little pick off there, not early on in the round, but around the mid, you know, portion of the round. And Exotic, they have a very slow kind of composition. I mean, if you're going to be using something like the KO, you need to be utilizing that utility and then playing off of it. If you're throwing in that knife to disable, then you gotta follow up.
Ooh, Gogaby already opening it up with the Marshall. Can he get a second? No, a bit overwhelmed by the amount of players in that B area, and the Sage Wall coming out to deny the entry onto the site, but they will peek over at Vindicator, not going to manage to connect those shots. And Gogaby still holding on with a nasty flick of that Marshall.
Oh my god.
Can he get the ace? Will his teammates give it to him? Aru
No.
Aru's stalling. He didn't go for the shots here. And Gogaby getting the ace in the second round. Punishers here to make a statement on this first map. Well, the only map that they'll be playing in this series, and another flawless back-to-back coming out from Punishers. Huge.
The BM to have 3 marshals, and Gogaby just absolutely annihilates in that round. He's 1 ult orb away from having a Viper's Pit, and we're on round 3. That is absolutely ridiculous. He has almost all the kills in this entire game. I mean, he's just been so good. And again, it's only round 3. I can't wait to see how that continues. And you see that knife coming through there to try and get a little bit of information. Doesn't seem to spot anyone out just yet. So they are going to be pushing through onto the site. But once again, a slow and steady composition. Oh, that gives away the information.
Ooh, great. Trying to get a peek onto those players over in Belt. Not going to manage anything yet. The drone did spot out that there are 3 players on the site, but still deciding to go with it. Exotic, knowing that they have the gun advantage, already picking up 2 frags on the entry into the site. Ooh, that man Jeff finally gets tagged up and taken out by Hoochie with the Marshall. And now Spy Bodicer trying to go aggressive towards the screen area, trying to deny entry onto the side, and the rest of the Punishers now just trying to pick up the pieces of this round, as Flicks also pushing up in the tube area, manages to get one, but Gogaby finally managing to get the trade, will pick up the weapon. It is a 2v3 now, very doable from the side of Punishers. They have 1 rifle to work with. Can they make anything happen? It doesn't look like they're going to push for this retake. Might just look for a couple of exits here, try to damage the economy of Exotic a bit, but no, it looks like they're just going to try and save the rifle, get out with what they got. Oh, Gucci will get the final pick with that Marshall. Vindicator just trying to secure that spike going off, and that will be the first round for Exotic with only 2 members remaining after that full buy. That is actually a quite devastating win.
Yeah, that's quite rough. To have kind of had their economy be a little bit messy there. Now, it's not so bad that they're not able to buy rifles, but it's not going to be full armor. And I'm just wondering how many concessions they've had to make in terms of abilities. Like you see, Vindicator is brought all the way down to 0 credits. It's iffy, and Punishers are even full. They're kind of forcing up here as well, but they still have that Viper's Pit available. We might. No, okay. I thought we might see it dropped early on in the round, kind of deny entry onto one of the sites. Going to be holding on to that for the moment, waiting for the perfect time. Maybe in like a retake situation, we might see that come out.
Yeah, the drone coming out again from Vindicator. That recon arrow not going to spot much, but Bray spots out Vindicator on that bout area and will take him down for that opening pick. And now the wall went down to delay this plant, and it looks like it kind of scared Exotic away a little bit, maybe just trying to stall out here, but the whole Punishers team, well, 3 of their players actually waiting on this side as Bray takes down another one. So that's 2 frags already in the side towards the side of Punishers. And Gucci with this drone going to spot out that 2 players are already looking for that rotation, as the Killjoy already made their way onto that B area. They will get past Hoochie at the moment, but Gogaby is waiting here. He's waiting for another multi-kill onto this B side, trying to delay this push as much as possible, allowing his teammates to rotate over. They know that it's a B take now. We'll have to see if Exotic can get anything done here, but Gogaby with some clean shots will kill the first and struggles to get the second, but manages to pick him up, and Aru there to back him up, and will take down Flicks. And that's another flawless. 3 flawlesses out of 4 rounds now for the side of Punishers, making a statement with their brand new team.
This is the thing. Exotic don't have duelists for cracking open a site, which is generally what you have them for. So if you're going to be going for the slow and steady, you're going to be relying a lot more on your utility to create space. The slow orbs, the Viper's Wall, the shock darts, the recon bolts, etc. You want to force Punishers off of their positions so that you can
Scanning ahead.
reclaim that space. And at the moment, we're not really seeing that happen. In fact, it's Hachi that's forcing them into a weird rotation because his recon bolt isn't getting destroyed before it can find that information. Oh my god. Super Cavs.
Spike down, B.
He doesn't swing.
Here.
Oh
Does
my god.
expect
Oh.
Vindicator there. Takes out 2. Vindicator with an extremely late swing on the refrag there and gets punished for it. Gogabi now suppressed but does manage to take one down. His gun is still working as Kappa. Also gets a pick towards that mid area. It's a 2v3 now for the side of Punishers. And Exotic making this eco a little bit better. Picking up a rifle now as his teammate Kappa will rotate around to try and support him on this B side, but Spy Bodicer picking up another opening frag, and now that's B side open, but they don't have Spike. Look at the rest of Punishers. They're just flocking around the Spike now, trying to deny Exotic from picking it up, and Spy Bodicer trying to clear that back area, trying to get information about where these players are located. The knife is going to come out and suppress the Sage, but they still don't know exactly where he is, right? So gonna have to be very careful trying to take the space. Spy Bodicer taking out his utility and goes down to Super Cavs with the 4K on the round, and Punishers still there as Super Cavs ending it with a nice little smiley there.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, perfect, all things considered. A great round there for Super Cavs, 4K on the round. And now we're seeing Bray pulling out the operator. Again, Exotic Esports felt like they had a slightly better idea, but they kind of slipped towards the mid-round. The follow-up has just not been ideal. It looks like we have a pause, actually. I'm wondering, it's probably a tech pause. Usually when there's a tech pause, it like comes up with that like pause screen. So I think somebody might be having, maybe it's like lag or ping issues. This is South Africa. It wouldn't be a South African tournament without it. So we'll see what happens if and when that player comes back. In the meantime, economy looking a little iffy here for Exotic again, because they have been struggling to actually get points on the board. It's been like 2 rounds, then 1 for Exotic, and then 2 rounds for Punishers, and then 1 for Exotic. And the problem with kind of, this sounds strange, but the problem with breaking the loss streak is that you no longer have that loss streak bonus. So if you then lose another round, your economy is an absolute mess. And that's more or less what we're seeing here. They are still able to buy up to the rifles, but if they lose here, yeah, they'll have a bit of a streak. But if they win here, then it like resets and it gets all wonky again.
Yeah, it is a very tough position for Exotic now. They are going to force into this round, it seems. So we'll have to see if they have any answer for the Punisher team just yet. But look at the economy on the other side for Punishers. They're sitting pretty, right? They can afford to lose this round right now. Obviously, they wouldn't want to, but already dominating performance coming out of this brand new team. Hey, so many good fraggers on their team. Super Cavs also popping off in that last round, and Punishers just kind of forcing them into a can here, right? Exotic seem a little bit split up, not 100% sure on how they want to crack those sites open, as you mentioned, without having these duelists. So it's up to their initiators, and everyone's just playing so passive that allows Punishers to rotate to the correct positions fairly easily before Exotic have even executed onto that side take, and Punishers just being able to shut them down so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been very, very tricky. Still waiting to see if that Viper's Pit is going to come out. But I hope production's ready for this, because I didn't give... Oh, wait, we're back. Haha. I was going to throw it to a break, but I see the countdown timer is counting down once again. So we are back in action. Everybody that's watching, full rifles across the board. We've got an operator in play. We have a whole 2 ultimates available as well. Because, of course, KO has that ultimate, which puts him in a very dangerous situation, depending on when and where he uses it. Still no Viper's Pit. I'm waiting for that, because more often than not, it gets used on the top of the round, and it just has not come out.
Yeah,
definitely powerful in denying both the choke points on the side entering into that side. But Gogan did spot out the killjoy there, but it does look like the KO ult gonna come out towards this A side, and Bray just wants to escape with his life. That operator not really gonna help him in this close range position as Exotic just explode onto the site. We'll finally get the spike plant down, but this is now a 5v5 retake. They do have the killjoy on that flank, so it looks like the members of Punishers are just gonna flood in from the CT side, trying to open up anything, but the time's running out. They have to be quick on this draw because the utility is going to be coming out from Exotic Esports. They have killjoy mollies and snake bites to deny this defuse. And right now, Cavs he's trying to stick that defuse, and Spy Bodicer will punish, but Aru and Hoochie immediately answer back, but the time is running so low right now. They have to act quick, otherwise they're not going to be able to make it, and that is it for Punishers. No way to get that round back, but Flicks taking down Hoochie as well, and that's no one surviving from the side of Punishers.
I actually really liked the way that round was played. I felt like Punishers had the right idea in how they wanted to go about the defuse, but unfortunately, once Super Cavs gets down onto the site, puts down the wall, there's no one really covering him, and those that tried to, as they peek out, Exotic just kind of spray them down, and well, that's kind of GG's. Now, Bray, you can actually see both jets, in fact, I say both jets, there's only one jet. Bray not buying a rifle because one ult orb away from having the knives. There you go, picked up the orb, and now that's going to be Blade Storm popped, ready to go. Still no Viper's Pit. I'm going to mention that every single round until I see it dropped.
Yeah, it is a very powerful ultimate, but I feel like Punishers might think that they have the handle on it for now and might just start to use it when they start struggling. But there is, however, a Viper's Pit on the opposing team and a lockdown. So I don't know if they're going to be playing for that, but nice kill from Bray there, picking one up on that bout area and spotting the player heading towards that nest. And Aru unfortunately taking down Spy Bodicer as he whiffs all his shots, and Bray with a second kill of the round going for the third, and Bray just mowing them down, claiming the A side for himself and taking them down with that knives. High value play coming out from Punishers, getting those knives online early by getting that orb and honestly making it worth their while.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an oof when someone is full flashed and you have every opportunity to kill them and they somehow kill you instead. Little bit of a misplay there, but what I'm happy to see is Exotic not falling into the trap that we've seen for 2 games in a row. They are saving. They've bought down to about 2,000 credits. They want to make sure that they're able to buy rifles in the next round, so unlikely that we'll see them drop any ultimates. And apparently we're not going to see Gogobi drop an ultimate either, because he just gonna die.
Yeah, Gogobi gonna get mollied out of that position. Unfortunately caught out, and the Viper, not a jet, no dash available. Unfortunately, all he could do was put up his wall, and that was not enough to keep him safe. Flicks trying to jiggle there, does get tagged up with 1 bullet, but Aru not going to be able to take him out, and now has to fight that bot, which is in a very awkward position. Very hard to hit it all the way up there, but manages to get it down. But the spike's already down on this B side, and Punishers have to go for this retake. Aru was looking like he wanted to go there. Unfortunately, Super Cavs gets full flashed there, and Hoochie takes down 1, manages to get it, but Kappa trades him out with the Sheriff, and now it's all up to Aru to take down the rest of the team. Going in for the ultimate, gets 1. Can't get a second. Questionable decision there. He didn't have that much time to work with to take down all 4 of those players, so maybe a bit of a miscommunication there, maybe not understanding the full gravity of the situation, but unfortunate loss for Punishers there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge round for Exotic Esports because it was, of course, an eco round. All they had was Sheriffs and, like, a Ghost. That is massive. They put a huge dent into the Punishers economy, not enough to stop them from buying, but a very big dent nonetheless. And they pulled out the Empress, which, as you mentioned, a bit of an overcommitment there. The Blade Storm had come out 2 rounds back as well, so looking really good pulling out those ults. Gogaby still not dropping the Viper's Pit. Sees people pushing in towards the B site, knows they're coming and doesn't use it. I'm wondering if we're like, are we saving the Viper's Pit for the second half, or what's happening here?
Yeah, no, definitely failing to pull that trigger so far. It is very unusual. I also don't understand it all that much, but it's see, I finally did it. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew I was gonna mix that up. But Exotic looking like they want to execute towards this B side, still hanging around. Spybottiser manages to pick up one, but Gogaby does manage to trade him out as the Sova drone will come out to get as much info as he can. The res does come through, and Kappa defending it alongside that man Jeff. They will take down 2 players, but Aru will finally win that low battle, and Bray gets a collat. Oh my word! Bray getting a collat onto the site and taking down the KO after the ultimate.
30 seconds left.
Huge play coming out from Bray there.
Player
That
standing.
could save them the round. The KO is still down after using the ultimate. He hasn't even revived yet. Bray, there we go.
Everyone.
That's it, because no one was able to revive. So I mean, it's big dead. A beautiful play there. It was exactly what they needed as well. They did actually use one of the ultimates there as well. Had the Hunter's Fury coming out. Still waiting for that Viper's Pit. And like, if they had lost that round, I was getting ready to go in on them about the Viper's Pit, but they didn't, because the operator comes up huge in the most ridiculous way possible. Very, very well played there. Now I want to see how do Exotic use the ultimates that they have, because remember, the Hunter's Fury's already come out. The lockdown can very easily be used here. Oh my god, he did it! The Viper's Pit! In the round when Exotic are on the other side of the map, but whatever, he did it!
Yeah, finally coming out, but look at this aggressive play from Bray. Uncharacteristic miss coming out from there, unfortunately, as Vindicator and Flix each take down a member of his team while he's up on the spout area, manages to get one and even up that man count for now. And now it looks like it's gonna be an A execute from the side of Exotic Esports here. Maybe just lingering it around, trying to feel it out a bit more. Trying to see if those rotations are coming through, but they might just anticipate that it's only the Viper playing in that pit for now. And look at this late round wall. Exotic really playing not too predictable with this Viper. I don't want to give anything away, but Gogaby with the peak. That man Jeff whiffing the shots, and Gogaby manages to capitalize, but does get traded out back into a 2v2. Dead even round so far, but they will get the plant down. Gucci not going to be able to deny that.
Oh, and that means that the Viper's Pit is off the board as well, and they're just gonna hold back with the Hunter's Fury. That's gonna come out now. You see, the best way to do this is to fake out the Hunter's Fury. Let's see if they actually do that. There you go. Hunter's Fury comes out, but isn't going to be 100% necessary, as Kappa, of course, will get a pick off there. Oh, this is dangerous play with the operator. There's not going to be time for the defuse. Have you noticed the Sova on your left? They're playing for time so perfectly here. Bray didn't even manage to get the halfway. Tries to get them to come out of their hiding spots, but is going to be forced to save the operator because there's no way to defuse. Exotic play that so well.
Extremely disciplined play coming out from Exotic, and it pays off in their favor. They really want to tie up the score line right now. Very good stuff, not being over aggressive, not going for those greedy frags, just keeping their cool and trying their best to win that round with as minimal losses as possible, and it works out in their favor. Punishers now did manage to save that operator, but the rest of their team going to have to save, and that's going to put Exotic on 5 rounds on the border of tying this round up, this half up 6-6.
Let's see if they can actually make that happen. Bray, of course, going to be holding here once again. Oh, they forced him off of his position. This is massive from Exotic, and they don't push it. That would have been the perfect moment to do that. But what they've also done is pulled a little bit of a rotation, and now they managed to get those kills in mid. It means that they've given themselves a massive numbers advantage. This could be it. This could be a round that they get on the board once again.
Yeah, really good fights coming out from Exotic. so far Brain not being able to make this operator work just yet due to that owl drone that forced him into the position. But it is going to be an A plant for the side of Exotic now. 5v3 on this retake, a very aggressive stage wall towards that screen area, going to deny any entry onto the site there. And the 3 remaining members of Punishers have to try and bottleneck through this heaven area, but they are going to take down the stage wall for now. But look at this passive play coming out from Exotic with the initiators. Maybe this is the plan, right? Get that info on the post plant, maybe just delay that diffuse a bit, and it has been working out so far. Most of the time Punishers have been running out of time on this retake, but right now they're just going to take them down. Spy Bodicer gonna take out Goga B, and that is a flawless round for the side of Exotic. Was it?
No, I mean Bray is still alive, so he's managed to hold on to the operator. The rest of the team was forced down onto Sheriffs. They were kind of hoping to pull the same kind of thrifty round that Exotic had pulled a couple rounds back, but unfortunately weren't able to pull that one off. They did keep the op though, so that's, you know, feather in your cap. You still have that one available. Exotic are going to be able to buy up to full rifles here in this last round of the half. We could very well, as you said, go into this at a 6-6. Now, I yelled at Gogaby for holding on to that ultimate forever. Exotic, it's your turn. Viper ult when. Although, to be fair, they either get onto site and their post plants are really good and they don't need it, or they just don't get onto site and then they can't use it. They just really haven't found the opportunity. What is important to note about this round is that Viper's Pit is the only big impactful ultimate available. So this is going to be more or less a gunfight, and then of course there's a res available, but if you take down the stage first, that becomes less of an issue.
Yeah, and somehow already getting the information towards this B area with that recon dart, so they know exactly what's happening. But Exotic just pulling that rotation already. Punishers, a little bit of an over rotation coming out from them here. Bit aggressive on that rotation, but Exotic looks like they're grouping up towards this A site. Maybe want to catch a lurk, but that's not going to happen. That recon dart will spot out that there's one player backside, but Aru will destroy it before any more information is gained. And now the ultimate coming through from the KO, gonna take side control alongside this Viper's, but gonna go for the plant. But Aru playing extremely aggressive, manages to get one, can't take down that Viper. Now trying to spray him down, takes out the shorty. 1 HP left on this. Reyna can't make it happen as Vindicator takes him down. And now it's a 3v2, but one member extremely low. Vindicator gonna get pinged out here. Manages to get Gogaby trading out Kappa, but look at Bray on this flank. Will shut down Vindicator, and that's Punisher saying we will not give you an even first half. We will still have the edge after this one.
That's gonna be the 7-5 in Punisher's bag, and yeah, I mean, that was looking kind of touch and go for a little while there, but it feels like Punishers are starting to get a little bit into the groove. However, this was the same scoreline we had in our previous match with Punishers Academy. Now, Punishers Academy, when they had the 7-5 lead, they were still able to drive that point home and still win out in the end, but it was still an uphill battle. So hopefully Exotic will put up as much of a fight. Now, just to draw everyone's attention, the Viper for Exotic does not have a Viper's Pit up. That is a spectator bug. Don't pay any attention to that. That could be up for the rest of the game. So, yeah, don't worry about that too much. What is kind of interesting to note is that Bray is going to be buying a Sheriff in the first round, which is brave, because that means that if they lose this round, the economy is going to be really messy going into the next couple of rounds, and you want your Jet to have a lot of firepower. But if they win this round, well, I mean, Jet's going to have money and firepower. Woo!
Yeah, very risky buy from Punishers there, but they do want to bring every edge that they possibly can into this game. Flicks a bit late to break the dart, will get spotted out. They now have information that one player is here, and that Molly coming out from the KO. They now know that he's here as well, so we'll see if they stick to this execute or if they're just gonna rotate out. A little bit of a scramble from Punishers right now, but it does look like they're going to opt for that rotation all the way over to B, and rightfully so, right? There are already 4 players for the side of Exotic waiting on that A side, and now They might be a little bit late on these rotations, but the Viper utility will buy some time. This is a very risky Viper. Will push so many angles.
Oh my god.
The look from Hootie stayed on the side
Spike planted.
and manages to take down Flix. That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, those flanks can be so powerful, and he's still on the move, moving his way. Okay, I thought he was going to move through Snowman. No, he's going to try and make his way through mid, but Exotic have managed to get some kills in the meantime, but oh, it's down to that man, Jeff, last player standing to try and make something happen here. 17 HP, a classic, and a dream. 10 bullets as well. Nope, didn't even get to use those last couple of bullets. That's Punishers winning the first pistol round quite handedly, and I do believe, yes, they did win the first 2 pistol rounds in the first half as well, so not entirely unexpected. In fact, if you cast your minds back, you'll remember that Gogobi got the ace on the second round with the Marshall. Didn't buy the Marshall this time around, however, going to be rocking the Spectre. It's Bray actually buying the Marshall. I'm wondering if that's kind of leading up to possibly that third round op that is like my favorite thing in the whole world. But of course, Exotic sticking on the pistols. They're going to be trying to get those rifles in the next round.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Punishers can pick up the second round once again in this half. It does look like it's going to be a bit slow of a start here. Bray not able to take down that bot, but Super Cavs will get a pick down in mid. Does get tagged up, but will have heal available as well. Drone not really going to spot out much information. Turns away just at the last second. Never mind. We'll pick up the KO as the rest of Punishers look to push down mid. But Hoochie does manage to take down that Killjoy. That's all that utility gone now. And now they're just going to collapse on the site. Nice shot from Spy Bodicer. Taking down Hoochie. Getting that refrag a bit late. But, oh, can't manage to get another onto Aru. Aru just pushing a bit too aggressive for him, a bit indecisive of where they want to plant the spike, but managed to get it down finally. Now it's a 2v3 as that man Jeff picks one up in mid. And yeah, they have a lot of work to do on this retake if they want to win this round, but it's definitely doable for the side of Exotic.
2v3. Some good post-plant setup here. Both duelists still alive for the Punishers. No real post-plant utility, though, so they're going to have to peek out if they're going to win those out. The Sage Wall there does stop the ropes from being able to be used, and Aru will get the cleanup there. Didn't even need the rest of the players. Just a nice little spray through with the Spectre, and that will secure the second pistol round. Of course, now they did lose a couple of players, so we're going to see 2 buying into Sheriffs, not wanting to overly spend, so that on round 4, round 4, they'll also be able to have Vandals. You can have like a full Vandal round, but not Vandal, rifle. But Exotic buying into those rifles, a very important decision to make. But what is concerning is look how far away they are from any of their ultimates. It's going to take a little while for them to like build up some firepower. And this is an important round to win if they want to kind of leverage themselves more into the round. If they lose this, then their economy is, I mean, they have, again, the loser streak bonus, but it's quite messy.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rough start for the side of Exotic, but they can definitely bring this one back. They start by winning this round, right? If they can get this round underneath their belt and win the next one, then they can start snowballing their economy into the half. And that's ideally what they're looking for here, but the Viper's Wolves are going to come out. That man Jeff throwing out a snakebite to delay the plant onto that site, but the rest of Punishers just trying to force out some of this util, trying to take down these players, will get spotted out by the dart, and Spy Bodicer and Vindicator each picking up one frag, and they're completely denying this plant right now. Super Cavs escapes with his life as Bray goes aggressive, doesn't manage to pick one up there, but look at the flank from Flix already, manages to get one, does get traded out. That's going to be a rifle in the hands of Punishers now, so we'll have to see what they can do, but the rest of Exotic already here trying to watch this flank as Vindicator will trade out his teammate. Now it's just Bray and his lonely Spectre takes one down. Can he get the second? No, there's no time. He might just try and save the rifle and they'll let him have it for now. Great hold there from Exotic, completely denying the spike plant. Beautiful Sova recon dart through that Viper wall, allowing them to get 2 free picks and just completely putting a wrench in the wheels of Punishers there.
Saving that rifle was also very important to just help out a little bit with that economy. Now, I mentioned that that was a very important round for Exotic to win. So for them to have kind of kept that in the bag, huge. Unfortunately, they did lose quite a few players. And you can actually see in terms of how they're buying, how much of a mess that's made, because they won the round, so they no longer have the loser streak bonus. They do get quite a little bit of cash for that, but not enough to full buy up to rifles. Unfortunately, Kappa is still stuck down on a Spectre, and they're coming up against full rifles, and bearing in mind that there's an Empress online here for Punishers, which they might just pop out on this attack to try and secure themselves that round. They don't want to concede too many points because obviously then it closes the gap and it ruins their own economy. So looking to see how they approach the site. And I'd like to see more split pushes from Punishers. They just kind of full send it every time. I want to see kind of more flanks, kind of more checking different angles, creating pincers. But for now, they realize they have a little bit of an advantage. We'll see how they try to press that.
Yeah, not a lot of depth to the strat plan here, but they do get the initial pick onto this A side, but there are still 2 players remaining, but they don't decide to capitalize on that. Notice that the rotations might come through, and Exotic actually really quick on these rotations thus far. Now they're just gonna maybe try and bait the rotations all the way back. They get spotted out in mid and decide, nope, that's not the way we're going anymore, and just heading all over towards this A side. Only a KO to stop them as they explode onto the side, going for the frag, but huge peek from Spy Bodhiser gets Aru just before that wall goes down, but they will trade him out and they will manage to get the spike plant down and play for the post plant. That spike plant also giving them access to that res. Extremely aggressive position from Bray, will be able to catch that man Jeff off guard, but Vindicator luckily there to trade him out, and now it's for retake for Exotic. This is going to be a tough task as Super Cavs takes down Vindicator. Kappa did get a pick onto Aru there, but what more can he do here? Can't get Hoochie. Hoochie will take him down, and that's 3 members surviving on the buy round for Punishers. And that is a 3rd round of the half in their favor.
Yeah. It was an interesting fake there. I was surprised that Exotic actually fell for it. But they do actually start that full rotation. Now, what was really interesting, I think it was that man Jeff who stayed behind. No, sorry, it wasn't. It was Spybot. And I thought that hearing the footsteps, he would call that rotation a little earlier and then wait for the rest of the team. But instead, he opts to go in a little bit more aggressive. And I feel like had he waited a little bit longer, possibly, you know, regrouped with the rest of the team and then pushed in as a unit from different angles, you know, maybe they can kind of salvage that round. Now, unfortunately, after having lost that round, they're forced back down onto pistols. There's a bunch of sheriffs across the board there. We have seen them come up on top in the pistol rounds, but it is very, very difficult. And with Punishers having really hit their stride here, they're not going to make it easy to defend this.
Yeah, definitely very capable with these sheriffs, Exotic, but we'll have to see if they can put a stop to this Punisher's attack right now. Already winning 3 rounds on this attacking half, putting them into the double digits. They're 2 rounds away from match point here and taking the victory over Exotic. Let's see if they can close it out, or if Exotic have adapted and are ready to take them down and deny the spike plant. It looks like they're definitely going to deny spike plant rather than play for a retake, but Punishers here trying to enter on the side. Super Cav just looking for someone to heal, just wants to be a good sage to his teammates, but Vindicator over the wall does get spotted out and gets taken down as Bray picks up 3 for this round, and now it's just Kappa left against the 5-man squad. Kappa and his trusty Sheriff Bray going for the peak, missing the shots, but luckily Aru there to support his teammate will take him down ultimately, and that's 4 members surviving with rifles. Exotic have to do their best in this upcoming buy round not to allow Punishers to get onto that match point, because then they will only have pistols to fight in that final round.
Honestly, me making that mistake at the start of the map was well worth it to see you floundering for like the whole map. It's just amazing.
It's so rough.
So we're so close to match point, like you said. There's an operator on the board here. It's the attacking op. Punishers definitely want to kind of settle this as quickly as possible. They do need to be aware, though, that KO is ready and waiting to suppress all of them if they make a misstep. Made a little bit of a noise. No! Exotic always start rotating so quickly and it like stresses me out. They've all moved towards the A site. B is completely free apart from like a Viper wall, which, oh, spotted the leg. Oh. Okay, backed off. All right, fair enough.
Okay, both. Some information gained by both teams that KO Knife will spot 2 members at least, I believe. So Exotic might decide to stick around on this A site, but the spike is already sprinting towards this B area. That man Jeff, not expecting people to come up B, doesn't get the timing on Gogaby here. He's gonna catch him off guard, doesn't manage to connect the shots. That man Jeff got a swing, but Gogaby takes him down as Aru takes down Spy Bodicer all the way on A, alongside Hoochie, tearing them apart on every side, trying to go for the res there. But Hoochie just denying this. Oh, he's gonna get it. Oh, he got the res. Now 2 members back up. Hoochie taking him down for a second time, and the shock dart onto Vindicator. The Sova from Hoochie there. Great interference.
I was enjoying watching those shock darts. There was one that went up into the
nest,
like
yeah,
up into the nest, expecting that there would be, you know, somebody going up that rope, and then that last one again expecting someone to be moving in that direction. The first one doesn't connect, the second one actually manages to get the kill, and oh my goodness, it's ridiculous. Now Exotic, do or die. Jankiest by EU. It's not pistols, but it is okay, ZA. But it is janky as all hell. 4 ultimates online, including that Viper's Pit, which hasn't gone down. Come on, people. This is match point. And they're moving towards B. Like, if there was ever a time to drop it, it would be now. They also have Lockdown and Hunter's Fury. There's so much available to them, but they need to use it.
Yeah, that
Well,
Jeff playing aggressive but gets punished by Aru. Punisher's not willing to give up even a centimeter in this match right now. Making sure they check everything. Aru gonna spot out Kappa as well. Hunter's Fury gonna come out to try and deny the spike plant, but will get punished by Aru. Runs out of bullets. Oh no, but he manages to get the classic kill anyway. Aru with the 3k on the round. Is he gonna go for another ace? He gets 4. Where's the 5th hiding? He's looking for it. Flicks swings on him, manages to take him down, but the rest of Punishers hunting for this final kill. It's a 1v3. Flicks can't do it with his Spectre. Unfortunately, the buy was too weak to shut down this new formed Punishers team, and they just dominated that attacking half.
Yeah, I feel like, again, it's that situation of you have all of this utility, you have all of these ultimates, and they're not being utilized to maximum efficacy. Like, I wanted that Viper's Pit to go down as the barriers dropped, you know? Like, you want to shut down that avenue onto the B site. Even if they're not actually headed towards the B site, you want to have that certainty. And then you have the rest of your team over on A site. So they're not going to go B. You force them towards A, and then your team just mows them down. In theory. Doesn't always work out like that. But when it's match point, you want to be taking those risks because, like, it's match point. It's do or die. It's the end of the road.
Yeah, it doesn't help saving the Viper's Pit at that point. You need to throw everything you have at the opposing team. And Exotic maybe just flustered on that attacking round, maybe not even realizing that they have that Viper's Pit available. Unfortunate stuff from them there. Also, only having a half buy in that final round already at that disadvantage. So very well played from both teams there, but Punishers just completely dominating that attacking half and just driving it home, truly showing that they want to stay in this upper bracket final with these best of ones and make it as far as they possibly can. So great stuff coming out from this brand new team.
Well, Punishers and Punishers Academy just won their respective games. When I say respective, I don't know if like yeah, on Icebox no less. But you know what? Maybe that's just Punishers' map. But that's gonna be it for this third match. We haven't actually. What is the next map? That'll be the winner bracket final, right?
Yeah, that is no. I believe it's
No?
Rise Blue versus Punisher's Academy up next. I
Oh,
think
okay.
the winner bracket final will be tomorrow. No, when will the winner bracket final be?
We will find that out because it's not in the next map. But in the
Oh,
meantime, we're going to take a short break and we will be back with our fourth and final map of the evening. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll see. Welcome back, everybody, to the AOC Flying Shotgun South African Valorant Qualifiers. That is the third time in the row that I've gotten that name right. I'm so impressed with myself. Once again, sponsored by AOC. Do go check them out. Some fantastic gaming monitors for all of your gaming needs. And now, let's jump into our next game. Punisher's Academy, we did see them a little bit earlier on. Some fantastic stuff out of them, and they're going to be coming up against Rise Blue. KB, tell me about these teams.
Well, I'm very excited for this match. First off, we have the the main team of Rise competing against the secondary team of Punishers. So definitely going to be an interesting matchup here. Rise, you know them. They've been a team for an extremely long time. We have Lawless, Obliviate, Rice. Sval and Caesar have been new to their rosters, so we'll have to see how they have been incorporated into the mix. But Punisher's Academy been looking really strong so far tonight, taking down Ex-Contra, who were the runners-up to that top 4 place alongside Rise Blue. So they've taken down one of the 5th place teams. Now they just need to do the second, so we'll have to see if they have what it takes. Finally, a refreshing change of pace, not playing Icebox again, thank goodness. We will be seeing Ascent, and we will also be seeing another KO coming out in a double initiator comp from Punishers and Rise, running a similar thing but with the Sky instead. So we'll have to see if that makes any sort of a difference, as Punishers looking to go for a quick push onto this A site where the Killjoy is just set up and waiting.
Immediately, it's going to be a quick, hard, and fast take straight onto the A site. And unfortunately, Muzi goes down super early on. But the spike does get planted and the kill gets traded back by Beanie. Punishers already have full control, and they've set up some really good post plants here. Now it's all on the retake. Rise can come in from 2 different angles, but they need to be careful about how they approach this one. Can Ugly Boy Adam survive? 7 HP and a Dream doesn't manage to get the kill. They manages to just escape, but it's a Rise with the cleanup, and Rex, who was so far away trying to create a crossfire, is now the last person standing, needs to defend the spike, and oh my god, the entirety of Rise had already backed away from the spike, and now there's just no time. Oh my god, he gets the kill on Rise as well. There's no time to defuse. Oh my god, that was looking so good for Rise, but somehow Punishers managed to play the time out perfectly.
What an upset there. Rise maybe outbrained themselves. They're trying to charge that Killjoy, expecting them to be in that molly position for the post plant, but Rex just creeping sneakily up on that catwalk position, and Rise just not ready for it at all, and then unfortunately sending the lowest health member to go and defuse that spike. So all Rex had to do was pre-fire that spike plant, and he did get the frag and manages to pick up the round for his team. So great opening from Punisher's Academy. They're very well played from them. We'll have to see if they can convert into this round. Though Rice gets the timing onto Muzi, punishes the Trailblazer coming out so early, and that's already a man advantage on this second round of the half.
Oh
but
my
Rex
god.
will find one as Beanie also picks one up to that mid side, and Punish and Rice still just trying to push through that tower's position, but the whole of Punishers on this A side already got that spike down.
Yeah, while all of that was happening over on the B side, it was all a diversion. Spike goes down. Now, unfortunately, Punishers don't have any heal available. We do have Rise being healed all the way back up to full here, and slowly the HPs of Punishers will get whittled away as they try to hold on to the spike, but trades will continue going back and forth. One player left alive for Rise, and now it's evened out. Oh, Svalia trying to get that last kill there. Now he's going to go for the defuse instead. Fakes the defuse to try and bait him out, but he's blinded, and Ugly Boy Adam with the follow-up. Punisher's Academy living up to their name and absolutely punishing Rise.
Yeah, very well played there from Punisher. Academy, that diversion towards the tile. Rise had all their focus towards that area. It is a bit of a devastating round for Punishers as well, right? They won't be able to capitalize fully on this bonus round. They have 2 pistols and a stinger coming in here as they lost 4 of their 5 members to the members of Rise, and Rise gonna buy up full with an operator in this mid area as well. So we'll have to see what they can pick up here as the knife goes out into this mid area, trying to force Rise off of this position.
Oh my god.
Trailblazer also coming out, Rice not managing to take it out.
It's a little bit of an oof if your op player is not able to connect shots like that. Like, lag is a big issue, and you need to have the person with the absolute best reflexes, because we know, unfortunately, we don't have service, so that ping issue is massive. And if you're going to be rocking that operator, particularly, like, you've pulled it out on round 3, and I've said about how much I love the round 3 operator, but, like, Trailblazer isn't exactly shooting back at you. For him to have missed that shot, it's a bit of an oof. There is also a lockdown available for Punisher's Academy, because they've just been absolutely destroying. And I'm wondering if they're going to drop it outside A main there. Oh no, they're outside B main at the moment. Maybe they drop it as a fake? That could work.
Yeah, it does look like Punishers are playing the fake game on the map of Ascent, and it's pretty much working so far. All of the members of Rise have rotated away from this A area, but as the pressure dissipates, Punishers just a little bit slow on the trigger there, and Lawless is aware of this. Going to call the rotations for the rest of his team, but gets shot in the back by Muzi, still lurking in mid. That will allow his team to get the spike down, but Svalia waiting for that peak to come out after that spike plant. Does manage to take down one, does get tagged up a little bit, but Muzi still in such an aggressive position, manages to pick up that rifle and punishes the rest of Rise for that effort, but they're just going to run them down on the site. Rise finally connecting onto that member, and now it's just Muzi alone against a full team of Rise, and Rex, sorry, still in heaven. Not only Muzi, but they will get the defuse, and that will be a round for Rise Blue, but they did lose 3 members with rifles that round.
Rex tries really hard, and interesting to note, because I remember Rex was actually playing Sage in the previous game that we casted there on Icebox. So interesting to note that he's moved over onto the Killjoy. Not like super similar in terms of play style. Obviously, both Sentinels, so I mean it makes sense in that regard. But yeah, a little bit of a difference there. Curious to see how this is going to continue playing out. He's already doing a phenomenal job. Kind of want the lockdown to come down here before that Hunter's Fury can come online. You want to kind of take advantage of that, push them off of the site, get in quick, and get that spike planted, particularly now when you're moving into a disadvantageous position. If you lose this round, you're back down onto a save.
You should run.
Yeah, it does look like Punishers going for this lockdown play towards the area. Obliviate is set up here with the Killjoy utility, so we'll have to see if they can capitalize, but the suppression comes through from the opposing KO. Obliviate does manage to get one, but gets traded out fairly quickly by Muzi, and that will be the spike going down for Punishers yet again on this A side. Will Rise finally be able to crack this post plant from Punishers, but brilliant knife coming out from the KO. They're gonna suppress 2 players up in the heaven. It is still a 4v4 retake, so Rise still have a chance, but they're getting heavily pressured in the heaven area as their other team members try and push onto the side, but the Astra utility comes out. Rise good for one. Ugly Boy Adam gets one for himself, but Svalia also trades one in. Svalia trying to clear this wine area, just misses Senpai for the Creep Senpai now in a 1v1 against Rise. Rise misses the shot, and Senpai will punish surely and takes him down, and that's round 3 for Punishers for breaking the economy of Rise completely after that round.
Well, I was saying that, Punishers, if they lost that one, they'd be forced down back onto a save, and it was the same thing for Rise. We've just seen them lose that round. Now they're forced to kind of make a decision. They could go for a slightly jankier buy, or they can opt to go for the pistols. And it looks like they are going for pistols, but with 2 players with a little bit of armor to help get them through the round. Now, when was that lockdown used? That's a bit of an oof. That was 2 ultimates used in that round. A bit excessive. Okay, we're just going to answer that back with like 2 really ultimates all over again. The Hunter's Fury comes out. It does manage to tag up the Killjoy. We've even got the Blade Storm that's come out as well. And Rise just going on a super aggressive push here.
Yeah, they do go for the aggression in A, but unfortunately the knives don't manage to connect. It does look like the Jet doesn't have the Blade Storm anymore.
God.
Obliviate not expecting this deep position from Muzi once again, catching them off guard and will punish immediately. And now Punishers have flipped the script. They're the ones defending B sides now, and the members of Rise have to flood in. But they manage to get one. Senpai does take down 2. Oh, and now it's only Lawless left alone with a little bit of a classic there, and can't manage to connect the shots, and that will be a 4th round on the board for Punishers. That was a save, but still very good. Well played from Punishers there.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the eco round double ultimate usage. The Blade Storm, yeah, 100%. That's pretty common. But the Hunter's Fury coming out as well, and all it did was kind of tag up a little bit. Now they come into this round. Thankfully, they still do have 2 ultimates online. They managed to get those on. And the lockdown could be massive for shutting down a push. But the Killjoy is all the way over on the A site, and okay, Rice is already dead. Not a good start to the round. Rice had the op as well.
Beanie getting another. That's 2 members down now, and the suppression from the KO coming out as well will put Svalia at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, loses the gun battle as well to Beanie. Beanie picking up 2 on that entry, and now it's a 2v5 retake for the members of Rise, and they're probably just gonna look to save these rifles. It's all they can do now. That knife will get the information that Killjoy is in that mid-market area, but not going to mean much more than that. And it does look like the Punishers players trying to hunt down these rifles, acknowledging that they're probably going to save. And now they know exactly where Obliviate is hiding.
You know, Rice with the operator was kind of a little bit worried about. And that this is kind of exactly why. Didn't manage to get really any value. Lost out to Beanie wide swinging with a rifle. And Beanie actually gets 4K in that round. And Beanie was actually someone who had popped off with the operator earlier this evening. In fact, when we swap sides, I'm fully expecting him to be rocking that kind of almost round after round, because he does. He uses it so well. Now they forced Rise back down onto one of these weird buys. Interesting to note that they're going for 2 stingers, which does impact the economy quite a bit. Okay, I was about to say they might be better off with some sheriffs instead. We'll see if the stinger does work out here for Obliviate, because it's not looking good.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Ascent, right? You have so many long-range angles. That stinger probably not the best weapon of choice here. Lawless is going to get a lot of information off the back of that Trailblazer, though. So a lot of members spotted out. We'll have to see what Punishers decide to do with this information gain for Rise Blue. But so far, not much aggression just yet coming out from Punishers. Maybe trying to wait out any potential aggression from Rise. But Rise have taken full position of mid here. And Svalia, he wasn't watching the angle a second ago. He is now. Caesar will spot out this player, and Svalia is ready for him. But Rex, just a little too wise to fall for that trick in middle. Not gonna overextend, not gonna give them any leverage in this eco. They want to starve these players out and make sure they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. Going for a late round buy. This is gonna pressure Punishers in this eco round now. Not really much coming out from there, but there's no one on B left for Rise. Unless, okay, it does look like they're rotating back. Svalia with a huge position, doesn't manage to hit the shots there. Unfortunately, gonna allow these players to get through, but do they have enough time to get that plant down as all of the utility comes out? They do. Ugly Boy Adam will plant the spike, and Muzi trying to contest that area in market, but will go down to a shock dart from Svalia. And now the retake commences, but they're still on an eco buy here. Rex manages to take down one, can't get a second. Rice gonna go for that rifle, but Senpai will punish his greed immediately and take him down. And Adam just holds on to that lane area and mows down 2 players. Punisher's Academy looking absolutely dominant on this map.
I mean, that was the anti-eco. So we kind of expect that to be the end result. And now Rise will take this opportunity to have a tactical timeout, and much needed one at that. Now, very often you'll see teams will take their timeouts on an eco round. Instead, Rise is taking their timeout here on a round when they have rifles and they have a few ultimates to play with. And I've also noticed that like every round that Obliviate has had the lockdown, he kind of hangs out in tree, kind of waiting for the call that like, okay, they're pushing an A, so he can drop the lockdown there. It's one of the best spots. Like there are some spots on B, but if like more common, you'll see that lockdown come down on A to stop that push from coming through. So keep an eye out for Obliviate in this next round. Likely going to be chilling in tree again. We'll see if Punishers do actually opt to push in onto the A site. They don't really have any ultimates to use except for, of course, the Seekers, which gives a little bit of information, but again, not one of those like super high impactful ultimates. Hopefully they can wedge themselves another entryway onto site. I say hopefully. I mean, they haven't seemed to have come up against too much resistance thus far. So hopefully Rise... Oh, actually, Rise also have Cosmic Divide, which could come massively in handy.
Yeah, a lot of info here, a lot of post-plant retake opportunities with the ultimates available to Rise here. So they definitely have the means to make this full rifle round work in their favor. We'll just have to see if they can capitalize on that ultimate advantage. And if Rise can get a couple of picks here towards mid, no one's really going to peek him. No one's going to give him that opportunity. He is going to get smoked off as well. As Punishers, once again, going for this default leaning towards the A side, right? We've seen them do this again and again, and it doesn't look like Rise are ready for this at all. We'll have to see if they over-rotate here. Rotation's coming out immediately as soon as those Seekers get spotted. And that's exactly what Punishers want. Pushing in, getting the pick on Rise, catching him completely off guard. Caesar will get a pick onto Muzi, but Spike's already going down on A, and Rise once again in this retake position on A that they've been struggling with so much. Punishers just absolutely running circles around Rise right now.
They've managed to fake such a big rotation, but it is a 4v4 retake here, so definitely some potential. But look at this flank coming in all the way around in the defender's spawn. That's going to be super dangerous for Obliviate, who's right there if he doesn't turn to... Oh, he spotted it out! Unfortunately, not good enough. Ugly Boy Adam does win out in that one. It's down to the last two players left alive. The Killjoy Molly denying space to get onto the spike. And even if the Molly wasn't there, Rex is there to get the cleanup. Lawless, last person left alive, caught in the Astra utility. And that's going to be the bomb exploding. 7 rounds on the board for Punisher Academy. Rise, they even invested the lockdown, but they have just floundered round after round.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a misplay or a misclick from Beanie. They're popping the jet knives at the end of the round, even though it was secured. But Punishers once again just big braining their way around Rise with that KO flank. That man actually came all the way through B main, all the way to where that Killjoy lockdown was set up, actually destroying that before doing anything else, allowing his team to maintain their positioning on the side. That was a pivotal point for the side of Punishers, and they're just going back A, right? Stick with what works. Oh, Beanie trying to get the spray onto Lawless, will run out of bullets. And Ugly Boy Adam will clean up that kill with the molly. That is one player now down for Rise Blue. Might have wanted to go for this retake again, but they did switch up the game plan a little bit now, right? We have 2 players pushing in from 3 and 2 coming from that flank, but they do only have pistols against the rifles. But Rise will manage to get up with the judge. Definitely a powerful weapon in the hands of Good Jet. And Beanie taking down 2. Beanie is on fire today, and Ugly Boy Adam will pick up 3 for the round. Beanie and Ugly Boy Adam just dominating the server right now. 8-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what more to tell you about this. Punishers have just been looking really, really good. This is their academy team? Like, I'm interested because at some point this tree is going to converge and we're going to have Punishers versus Punishers Academy. That's going to be an interesting game. But now we have rifles across the board, no operators online for anyone. Punishers don't feel like they need it. The rifles are working out really well. It looks like they're going to go for another fake towards B as the spike moves towards A. And this is what I was talking about on the previous map in the previous series, where I was like, I want to see more of these split pushes. I want to see more fakes and baits because it kind of gets into the head of the enemy team. Now, bearing in mind, Rise still, of course, they've just managed to get their Blade Storm online and that Cosmic Divide is still available. If they can drop that down at the right moment, even if it's in a post-plant situation or rather a retake situation, that's actually one of the perfect times to do that. You get that sound dampening in and then you get a chance to try to defuse that spike. It forces Punishers to have to push through the wall. It might be the perfect opportunity to finally swing things back in your favor.
Oh, this might be a lockdown fake, and it is. The Killjoy lockdown coming out on this B side after Beanie just kind of recklessly dashed into sight there. But look at this, 4 members of Rise here, but they do notice that it's a fake as Obliviate will come that they are entering the A side, and now we're back in the same spot right now, right? Just Rise trying a 4-man retake A, but this time getting 2 initial picks. Now it's 5 players against 1 Muzi. What can he do on the Sky? Sky very powerful, obviously, with those flashes. We'll get 1, can't get 2. Muzi with 3 kills on that round. Very good stuff coming out from him. How did he get 3 kills?
He went burr, I guess. I mean, that was a really, really good round. I'm impressed to see the resurgence there, just off the back of the Seekers coming through, giving them the information of what was going on. They didn't even need to use the Cosmic Divide. It was one of the most coordinated rounds that they've had. And Punishers weren't really sure how to deal with that. It's also one of the few times that Punishers haven't had ultimates online in quite some time. They're still busy trying to build back up to those. Like you said, there was the lockdown fake, over towards the B site, but it didn't get anything, and the fake kind of backfires miserably. Just a really good round there from Rise, and we need to see a few more of those because it's a long distance to close. 2 rounds left in this half, and if they want to get to that best of a bad situation, the 4-8 finish, they need to secure these next 2.
Yeah, definitely quite a mountain to climb for Rise here, but Punishers are still yet to hit B site, right? We've seen them fake around, we've seen them go for full A's, but that's been working. Rise have to find an answer, and they have to find a way to hold this B side as Caesar just completely exposed over that opening onto the side as the rest of Punishers will converge right now. Spalia trying to get some information and trying to delay this push onto the A site now, and Punishers recognizing that Rise might have stacked a couple too many players onto this A site will rotate immediately, but Obliviate is expecting this now. All the Killjoy util is still on B. They know that this team loves to rotate and pull out those fakes, so maybe they know better than to trust that initial burst, right? Ooh, Lawless might get a good timing here, but does instantly get faded out by Muzi. As Caesar, also good for 1. Obliviate still at the back of the site, manages to take that 1 the spray through the box onto Adam. Obliviate just holding on to the B site for dear life, and now it's just Rex on this flank all the way from A. Surely they expect this. Caesar, ooh, not watching it at all, but there are 2 teammates.
Oh my goodness.
Who, he had faith in his teammates there. There were 2 players holding market, luckily for him, but good round from Rise, finally reading into the playbook of Punishers.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it's exactly what you said. Punishers have been doing kind of the same thing. Now, I lauded them for doing these split pushes, but like, don't do the same one every single round in a row. They're actually going to do something similar now again, except the spike is over towards the B side, so the fake's kind of more towards A this time around. But still, it becomes somewhat telegraphed, and Rise, they're starting to figure it out. Yes, they have invested ults to try to win out these rounds. We're actually seeing the Blade Storm
Scout
coming out
destroyed.
now as well to try and secure this last round in the half. Try to just make sure that they can cement that 4th round win. They still have that Cosmic Divide available to themselves as well. Again, just denies a ton of information and auditory cues. But there's still Seekers online here for Punisher's Academy, which if they do this properly, if they make a bait and then use the Seekers to confirm if the bait worked, then we could actually see them taking control on this round.
Yeah, we will have to see if Rise can close out this final round with a 4-8 for the first half. That would definitely put them in the best position. But Punishers love running down this timer. They love just pushing it to the last second, putting that pressure on themselves. Maybe they perform better that way, but it is going to be a close call. This Killjoy is still here with the Astra utility from Caesar. They do still have that Cosmic Divide available, but everyone's going to get suppressed here. All the Killjoy utilities down on the site. They're ready to take down Obliviate. They know he's waiting in that boathouse, and it's a 4v5 retake for Punisher's Academy now. Flawless entry there off the back of that KO ult. Not much resistance there from Rise. 2 people gonna get detected in that market area, and Punishers are ready for them on this retake now. And look at Senpai already on that flank through mid as the divide comes out from Rise, trying to throw everything they have as Rise steals. Pops off,
One
gets
enemy
2.
remaining.
Now it's back to a 2v2. The 2 players gonna dance around each other there. Rex on the flank will finally show himself. No, actually, Rex just rotated around that boathouse, right? Very little time left. Can he get the spray? He does!
Oh,
Rex clutches it out for his team, and that's at 9-3
Switching sides.
scoreline for Punisher's Academy. Absolutely dominant performance coming out from this team against some of the top teams that were in the league.
yeah, I mean, that Cosmic Divide was quite interesting because everyone had to like run away to try and get behind it, and when all of their backs were turned, Rise was just like cleaning up. It is massive that Rex was able to clutch that out. I wasn't even sure he was going to be able to because things were looking dire towards the end of that round there. So very, very well played there, and managed to deny Rise from getting that 4th round in the half, which of course, again, we know the 9-3 curse, but it seems like, here in South Africa, we don't believe in curses. We cleanse our curses, and whoever comes out on top at the end of the round tends to be the one that wins out. That being said, we have seen some phenomenal resurges from teams who have been on the back foot coming into the half and have pushed it to the limits. Not necessarily being able to overtake and win out the round, but pushed it really, really fast. So hopefully Rise can pull something similar out of the hat.
Yeah, it is gonna be an A push coming out from Rise here, but Rex with the spray through the smoke, and Beanie taking an aggressive peek towards this heaven area already. Gonna take down 2 members for Rise, putting them at a disadvantage. Obliviate with a late push on this cat area. His teammates will come to support him as Lawless will take down one, but Senpai does manage to trade him out. And now the backup for Senpai is here, and Senpai with a 3K. Punishers refusing to let go of that tree area, and it pays off in their face.
Oh, 3 rounds left in this half. Rise taking a much needed tactical pause here because they got to turn something around. It's just the first pistol round of the half. They were really hoping to come out on top of that one. It didn't work out. They know that coming into this next round, Punishers are going to force up. So now they have a decision to make. Do they force up as well, try and match the guns with the chance that they lose and are forced back onto a pistol round in a round where they would have had Vandals? And do they risk it? Because if they win it, then they could potentially have a nice bonus and it forces Punishers onto a pistol round. Or do they go with the classic, approach to it? They just have their pistols, and if they lose out the round, they have Vandals next round, and they can maybe turn it around. The problem is, no matter how you look at it, if they lose this round, they are on a downward spiral into oblivion.
Yeah, it is really it's hit or miss for Rise now. If they lose this, it could all be over but they are going for that pistol save, as you mentioned, trying to save that economy, maybe make one final stretch when they potentially lose this round, but I'm sure they're still going to give it their all. The odds are not in their favor, though, as there will be a rifle pickup from Punishers as well, so that's going to prove very hard to deal with for Rise, but they are going for a mid take here. Very fast pace from them, coming out, trying to catch out that Sky, but the guiding light goes through, and Muzi picking up to completely denying any entry into this market. Says you're not invited to the sale today. Sorry, no specials available.
Oof.
And Ugly Boy Adam manages to take down Obliviate as well.
Last player
Does
standing.
manage to finally
Spike down
shut
mid.
down Muzi, but Ugly Boy Adam gets the spike down, and now it's only Svalia with 4 players from Punisher's Academy. They didn't even need the rifle. Yeah, Senpai comes through with a consolation kill at the end there, but honestly just made it work with the Spectres, and Rise really need a plan going into this round. They absolutely have to win this next one.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the round that they'd been hoping for, but they opted not to go for the force up and instead wanted to make sure that they had rifles available for this round. Now, Senpai still has that hero rifle available, so need to be aware of that coming into this round. But like you said, if they lose this round, it's match point and they're back down onto a pistol round. They'll still have the Luna's bonus, so maybe they can kind of force up to some SMGs, but no matter how you look at it, they're going to be at a massive, massive disadvantage. So something has to give here. And unfortunately, coming into this half with such a low scoreline, they don't even have a chance really to like get into the swing of the round. They just kind of have to force something. Now they're moving towards the B site, which is where all of that Killjoy utility is. And if they just walk straight into it, I mean, what? There's the alarm bot and both mollies just chilling at B main. If they haven't clocked that yet, this could end up very, very dangerous.
Yeah, that is quite a trap setup for them there, but they do have Obliviate, who has been playing the Killjoy for an extremely long time, so I'd be shocked if they don't expect some sort of setup there. But Beanie looking to go a bit overly aggressive here. Peeks onto Svalia, does get out with the dash though. Tries to smoke himself out, but Ricefield does manage to get the pick now. Now, the rest of Rise are trying to take over this tree position, but they get through before the Astra utility pops. And that gives them A site now. Really good take coming out from Rise. Obliviate still on this flank on B, but doesn't realize that Rex is still there and gets punished for that lurk. But Lawless still in the street position, looks away while exposing himself. Still these minor mistakes coming out from Rise. Absolutely getting capitalized on by Punishers as they try and retake the side. And Rise now with 3K. He's not ready to lose this round just yet, but Senpai with a very unexpected sneak through the bottom of that door. Will he get the frag onto Caesar? No, Caesar will shut him down and clutch up the round for his team. Rise finally winning a round, but that's only one player surviving.
Yep, and given that they, you know, we're already looking a little dodgy in terms of economy. Yes, they are able to buy up to rifles, hallelujah, but, you know, how is that affecting their utility buy? You can already see that a lot of them are only on half armor. This is a full rifle round across the board, but take a look. Beanie has picked up that operator, and we saw what he's capable of just two games back. There were rounds where I think he got a 4K on one of the rounds. Like, he's devastating with this operator. Now he's holding up in mid. Gets forced off of his position, which is quite big for Rise. They've taken back that space, but again, they're not pushing it. They get space, but they just allow it to like chill.
Yeah, unfortunately not taking control of the map there, and Beanie just rotates heaven and says, okay, well, I'll up from here now. Gets the first opening pick onto the map. Muzi, still in this position, manages to get out with his life. Now in this locked position, they know exactly where he is. Svalia gonna clear it, manages to get the peek. I'm shocked that his teammate didn't go for the backup there, but this start will spot out Rex. He manages to get one anyway, but Obliviate will finally trade him out, and Rise Blue now finally have this B site. And now they enter the post plant. A 3v3 with Lawless and Svalia still trying to play this mid and market position. Senpai will take down one. Now it's only Svalia against these players. Will catch the KO with his Utilot. Gets... Go my word!
Oh
Svalia!
my god! Svalia just absolutely pops off. He just like came online. That Pokemon evolved. That was a 4K on the round. Much needed, huge clutch for the team. And I feel like without that clutch, there's a good chance that Punishes takes control of that round. So Rise, not only do they play that start of the round really well, but of course Svalia just comes up so huge for the team. What is interesting to note, of course, now unfortunately Punishes forced down onto not a save per se, but it's one of them janky buys. We've got the Blade Storm coming out from Rise, which is very strange in an anti-eco, but they're at a point now where they don't want to take anything for granted. They don't want to underestimate their opponents at all. You know, they take every round super seriously because they don't want to get to that match point situation unless they're the ones on 12.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Using every little bit of an advantage that they can get, and Lawless luckily opening up the site for his team. A shock dart will connect onto Beanie, taking him down here as the rest of Rise decide to execute it. Beanie just looks away at the last second to shoot that Trailblazer. Brilliant play from Svalia there. Obliviate going to hear the rotations coming in, just waiting for that long flank, and Obliviate capitalizing while Caesar also punishes Senpai for whiffing the stinger, but Rice whiffs the knives, and now Muzi took him out with the frenzy, but it's just Muzi. He could pick up that rifle, doesn't manage to get it. So we'll challenge Obliviating Tree Room here, but Obliviate not taking any risks. He will back out, not give Muzi a chance, and on the off timing there will swing him as he tries to pick up that gun. And Rise looking much more coordinated on the attacking half than the defensive.
Ooh, I think this is the first time that we're seeing the Punishers decide to take a tactical timeout. And I think that they really do need it, because I'm super impressed to see the resurgence that Rise have made. Now, it's not like phenomenally huge, but they've done a lot to start turning things around, and they have clearly terrified Punishers. Now, Punishers come off of a very not strange, but like one of their janky buys. Now they're going to have economy available, and again, it's that conversation of how are we going to leverage this into 2-round wins, which is what they need right now. It's going to be full rifles across the board. Punishers have the lockdown, which can suppress an attack, but we may just see that Venn diagram coming out, a lockdown to counter a lockdown. Nothing really. Oh, there is a Hunter's Fury available, which would help Rise massively if Punishers decide to drop theirs, but Punishers obviously still have the Cosmic Divide as well. This could be a very interesting round. I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, this is gonna be a high pressure round potentially. I do think Rise have a bit of an advantage here with that Hunter's Fury, as you mentioned, but with the Seekers and the Cosmic Divide being so powerful on that retake, it's gonna be hard for them to hold onto that site once they've gained control. But it does look like Rise are just waiting for some aggression, but Punishers playing so disciplined. Svalia going for a pick on that drone, doesn't manage to connect at all, but the Killjoy turret actually taking down someone in that B main area. That leaves that area of the map exposed now. That Caesar just throws down the spike on the floor. I don't think Muzi heard that. He's a bit too far back. But the B site is open now for Rise to capitalize on, as the lockdown will go down. But I think they spotted Svalia here, but Svalia takes down Rex on that lurk, and this is exactly what Rise need right now. They're fighting back as hard as they can. The lockdown won't detain anyone
no.
just yet. But the shock dart from Svalia, the prediction of where that operator is going to come from. Great play coming in from Svalia in these past few rounds.
This has been very, very impressive from Rise, and I've been, oh no. Oh.
Amazing.
Turning your back like that is just never a good idea. And look how they're fanning out from the B site. They don't want to allow Senpai to save. They want to put this economy straight back into the dumpster. He's not going to be allowed to keep that rifle. Can't even get an exit frag on the way out. But here's the scary part. Rise burnt all of their ultimates in that round. All of them. They have nothing left. They're one ult point away from Seekers and Cosmic Divide, but everything else is gone. Whereas Punishers, if Beanie can get a hold of one of the ult orbs, that's going to be all 5 ultimates online. Now, again, I don't see them popping all of those ults now. Maybe if Beanie gets the orb, he pops the Blade Storm, because that's quite typical on these eco rounds.
Yeah.
But the other ultimates, they're going to save it for the next round. And if they somehow come out on top with a thrifty round and they have 5 ults on map point, like winning this round would be insane for the Punishers.
Yeah, it could definitely be that pivoting point that they have been waiting for in this match, and that is actually maybe why they are choosing to hold on to these ultimates. But look how close Ugly Boy Adam is playing to the smoke. He won't even get spotted out by that recon dart, but it doesn't matter because the players are rotating. But Rex is ready here. Punishers not actually giving an inch, not over rotating at all. There are still 2 players waiting here and a third on the rotation, but no one's gonna go down just yet. It looks like we're gonna have a 5v5 retake on this eco from Punishers. And look at the flank here, but they do spot him out. Oh no, Ugly Boy Adam just waiting too long to pull that trigger and does get punished for that. And now Punishers man down, trying to fight for this catwalk area, but the members of Rise just so well positioned for this crossfire as Lawless and Obliviate each get a pick of their own, and now it's just Uzi and Beanie left trying to retake this A side against 5 members of Rise.
Last player standing.
Oh, trying to bait them out into the open. Beanie manages to get 1 kill there, but it's not going to be enough. The thrifty round that Punishers would have loved to have taken with them, just not possible. However, that being said, they don't have to blow all 5 ultimates here. They can use like 2 ults maybe, like Lockdown and maybe a Cosmic Divide or Lockdown Seekers, you know. And then in the final round, again, you've got all of these ultimates to use. They have so much at their disposal. And Rise, still 1 ult orb away from the Cosmic Divide. They weren't able to pick that up in the previous round. Nothing else to work with. Yes, it is full rifles across the board, but you have to remember how impactful these ultimates can be. Utility and ultimates give you the openings so that you can take those swings. If you don't have that utility and the enemy team does, it always puts you at a huge disadvantage.
You're definitely right on that front, but look at all the utility on this A side. Rise maybe realizing that there's just a bit too much of a presence with that KO knife. Maybe don't want to connect just yet. But the Cosmic Divide will come out now, actually blocking off both Heaven and Defender spawn over towards that B area. So really good Cosmic Divide, not really giving away too much of the game plan, as it looks like Rise are just gonna let this one run out as Rex picks up 1 alongside Beanie. 2 members already dropping for Rise, and they have no map control right now. They're just cornered into mid, and the members of Punishers are just holding on to their positions. They realize that they have the man advantage now, and that these players need to play into them. And with only 30 seconds left, this might be extremely hard for Rise to pull off. And they're heading towards this B area where Muzi is waiting in such an aggressive position. He might just take down Obliviate here. There's no way he expects Muzi to be right here. And push past it, but the spike's still going. Svalia goes there. They're trying to push this quickly, but Muzi not expecting it, and Obliviate taking him down. 5 seconds remaining. There's no time.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, look at Ugly Boy Adam. Oh no, just playing the patience So well played, so disciplined from Punishers there.
Match
And
point.
now they have 4 ultimates remaining for this potentially final round. But Rise do have the economy to back up a loss like that. So it's going to be another full rifle round. Probably our, like, it seems like our 3rd full rifle round in a row. Oh no, Punishers saved
Yeah,
it
no,
for
definitely
the
not.
last round.
Yeah. But I mean, I was expecting Punishers to maybe use 2 of those ultimates, but they used 1. And just off the back of the Seekers, they were able to put that. Now with this being the last round and a half, I kind of mentioned it before, they have 4 ultimates. They can just absolutely blow here. And you can actually see their entry. Who's that? That's the Killjoy. Waiting to drop that lockdown at any moment. And as soon as they see the information, okay, so Trailblazers just run onto the site. So they can drop that lockdown at any moment. Then, of course, there's the Blade Storm, and they can chase the rest of Rise right out of their, you know, positions. I mean, this theoretically should be a Punisher round in the bag.
Yeah, it does look like Rise is reading this correctly, though. I think they're really scared of going towards that A side because of that lockdown potential, but Svalia will get the ultimate orb now, and the drone will get cancelled immediately. No information can come out there as KO Knife just goes into B main, but Lawless now has access to the side and gets cooked by the Killjoy Molly as Rise at least gets to trade back onto Beanie, but that's the Killjoy Molly going down, and that would be the key for Rise to pull the trigger on this B side. The Astra utility going to block them and delay them a little bit, but now it's only Senpai and Rex against 4 members for Rise. Can they finish this off? Svalia does still have Hunter's Fury as well, so he's probably just going to look to play post plant in B lobby, and that's exactly where he's heading right now, as Rice just waiting in mid for those rotations to come through, and now it's only Senpai alone in the CT area. If they lose this round, they need to save again, and Rise is tied up to double digits, only 2 rounds behind now. So very amazing comeback coming out from Rise, actually. So many ultimates used there. Actually, only 2 ultimate used there for Punisher's Academy, but not able to close out the round.
See, that's the thing. So they used 2 of their ultimates, and it was 2 of the biggest ultimates that they had in their arsenal. Now, in that round, which they theoretically should have won, Rise have managed to get 3 of their ultimates online. And it's 3 big ones. It's that Hunter's Fury you mentioned before. There's a Blade Storm online again. And now there's an attacking lockdown. And if they drop that, Punishers have nothing to use to deal with it, except maybe the KO ultimate. You gotta, like, time that really well. And then, of course, Cosmic Divide, which have... I'll be honest, none of the Cosmic Divides have really had any of the impact that I'd kind of been hoping to see. Maybe that'll change here in this round. But if Punishers lose this round, they're basically forced back down either onto a save or like one of those weird half buys. They're not going to be able to get rifles in the next round if they lose here, and that's going to be devastating.
Yeah,
What is that lockdown?
Much they can do. I think that is a B fake lockdown potentially, but look at this. It looks like it's a lead from Punishers. Doesn't seem that way. They are going to be rotating over. They don't really know what's going on, right? Because they saw so much pressure towards this A side. They kind of want to stay there, but they're scared that this lockdown is legit. But the delay now, no spike plant. I think they're gonna start realizing it's a fake any second now. And Rise just taking too long to push onto this A side. But they have 3 members in B. They have full B control. Can they make the rotation happen? Ugly Boy Adam throwing a couple flashes, almost gets caught out with that utility, but so little time for Rice to still make this happen. Rice gets caught out in mid by that Seekers. He has 10 seconds. Oh no, the timer might just run out on Rice.
No ways. No ways.
Caesar picks up 3 towards that CT area. It's gonna be just in the nick of time. He makes it. Beanie finally trades out Caesar, and Rise will get the spike plant down. That is the closest round I've seen all night.
Out of charges.
It literally came down to the wire, but it's not over just yet. Don't kid yourselves. Molly comes out here to try to stop Rise from getting, or rather to stop Punishers from getting in onto the side. It's just the last 2 left alive. They're trying to push on together, but they're pushing into 3 players. Gonna be checking. No, doesn't check around the corner. It's the most famous place to be hiding out, and it will be Obliviate that gets the last 2 kills on the round. This was such an important round for Punishers, not just because it would have led them to victory, but because look at their economy. It's an absolute mess. And if they lose this round, Rise is on 11 points. Like, we are getting so dangerously close to overtime here. Now, Punishers didn't use their ultimates in that previous round. They managed to not force out, but like Rise used some of theirs, but they still have 2 massive ones available. Like, when we came into this half, it was 9-3. I did not realize how close it was gonna get.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 9-3 curse you mentioned in the game earlier is coming back to haunt us right now. Forced back onto a save, but they do go for a nice early pick here and get 2 frags. That's 2 rifles they pick up. They can actually do this now. They have a Cosmic Divide and that suppress from the KO that has been lasting probably 6 rounds by now.
If they win on an eco, I swear to God, like, I just can't. If they win on an eco, I actually just can't.
Yeah, well, there is time for Rise to take up aggressive positions here, but Caesar rather just gonna jiggle peek that for information. That will come out now, but he is suppressed, and the KO ultimate coming in. They're taking this retake by force. Oh my word, Rise picking up 2, and it's an absolute blending machine. 4 members going down in 2 seconds. For the side of Punishers, Beanie not going to be able to do much here. Oh no! Unfortunately, stop shooting at the player too soon before they drop, and Rise will punish that, and that's 11 rounds on the board for Rise. I can't believe this match is still going.
And it looks like we're going to be going for quite some time, because if Rise managed to get this next round in the bag, that's us in overtime, baby. That will be our first overtime of this tournament, first overtime of the night. Everybody get comfortable. We could be here for a while. That being said, Beanie's picked up the operator. I feel like they're at a point now where they have just had enough of this nonsense, and they want to shut down everything as quickly as humanly possible. Punishers have managed to only hold on to the Astra ultimate. And remember that 3 rounds back, they had 5 ultimates. And they managed to just kind of blow all of them.
Yeah, they managed to blow all of them. And I think, unfortunately, they only got 1 round win out of all 5 of those ultimates. So, not really the best value that they got out of that. But both Cosmic Divides now up for each team. The Cosmic Divide will come out for the side of Rise, blocking off that market and CT area towards the B side. Pretty much giving away the name of the game there, but not too much.
Use that.
Yeah, it's a fake. Spike's moving over towards A. But I mean, they've done these fakes before, and you can see Punishers are not buying into it. They are just waiting it out. They don't want to be fooled by that again. However, Beanie seems to be a little bit rattled here, is not hitting his shots, and he's almost getting caught out every single time. But finally, Muzi will get the opening pick of the round. This could be exactly what Punishers need, because they continue to burn down the clock here.
Spike down B.
That's 2 picks for Muzi now. Very good. That's going to allow the Seekers to come out. He knows exactly where Svalia is, and as he drops down, he swings. That's 3 for Muzi. As Rice takes one onto Beanie, but Muzi's finally going to go down in that back area. Rice once again taking that clock down into the red, but they're going to push them with the flank, and Punishers finally closing out this game, denying any overtime potential from Rise, closing it out and taking down the Titans of this tournament, and proving that they have what it takes to make it all the way to Hava.
Well, after everything that I said about potential overtimes, guess not. Punishers were just so done with that. And as much as I was talking about how Beanie seemed a little flustered, he wasn't hitting his shots, he was denying space in mid. He was shutting that down almost entirely. He wasted, I say wasted, he kind of burnt down so much time. They had to wait for the Astra smoke to come down, and once that came down, then they could only move in onto site. And Muse, who is at the back in the boathouse, somehow pops off. Actually, like, kudos to production for getting that, because like the way that played out was fantastic. A great clutch moment there. Punisher's Academy living up to the Punisher's name, I guess. Both teams, the main team, the Academy team, doing so freaking well. And now we finally have our scoreboard. So let's take a look at how that went. Yeah, okay, Beanie, 249 ACS. You'll love to see it. And this was really back and forth. Like, none of the players had phenomenal KDs, like, at all. It was super, super down to the wire in every single round. The comeback from Rise, I must say, Punishers do go out, they win it out in the end. But for Rise to have made such a comeback from a 9-3 half, very impressive stuff. And of course, this isn't the road for them. They'll go down to the lower bracket. So there is a chance for them to redeem themselves tomorrow.
Yeah, what an excellent final match. What a great end to such a great first day of this tournament. That will actually place Punishers and Punishers Academy into that winner bracket final. Now, that's going to be an epic match to watch. I'm so excited for that. Will the Academy team finally top the main team? We'll have to see on Sunday, but stay tuned for tomorrow. There are going to be so many matches. All of the lower bracket matches will be played tomorrow, except for the finals. So I hope you guys have been enjoying the tournament so far.
We'll take a look at the bracket here and look at the results over the course of the day. You can see, well, okay, it doesn't seem to be fully fleshed out, which is a little bit wonky. We'll sort it out next time. And just once again, a shout out to our sponsor, AOC. Please, guys, do go check them out. Some amazing gaming monitors, exactly what you need to perfect your setup. If you already have a second monitor, why not get a third monitor? You want to have your game, your Netflix, your Discord, everything going at the same time. And if you're looking for that extra monitor, AOC is the place to be. Guys, that's going to wrap it up for us here on day one of the AOC Flying Shotgun South African Valorant qualifiers. Remember that the top four of this tournament will be headed off to the Havoc tournament. Big prizes at stake there, but they have to get through here. Tomorrow we'll be back with the winner bracket final, the rest of the lower bracket, and of course the grand final at the end. A lot of action. No, wait, it's not all tomorrow. It's Saturday and Sunday. It is a very long weekend. Yeah. It's going to be a long weekend of Valorant.
Final and the lower bracket finals will be on Sunday, but tomorrow all of the loser bracket matches will be played out. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, so please, guys, do remember to come join us again tomorrow. In the meantime, have a wonderful night. It is really late. I'm going to bed. You should do the same. Don't be a DGen gamer, and we'll see you tomorrow.